My name's Joan Hoey. I'm the Director for Europe at the Economist Intelligence Unit in London and the editor of our annual Democracy Index. On behalf of the Economist, we're delighted to be back in New York after a gap of several years as a result of the pandemic. We held the first summit, Mediterranean Summit, in 2019, and then we had a gap of 2 years where the event went online, as many things did during the pandemic, but we're back. I'm delighted to be able to announce our first speaker, Robert Menendez. I can't think of a better person to kick off the summit with a keynote address looking at the situation for the region, the Mediterranean region, in a turbulent global landscape. So welcome, Senator, the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It's great to have you here, and please welcome to the stage.
Kalispera σας, welcome all to this opening. Let me thank the Economist for putting the summit together, especially to Joan Hoey, who has traveled from London to chair the event, so we're thrilled. That's easier than crossing the George Washington Bridge from New Jersey, I can tell you this morning. So let me salute the ministers from Greece and Cyprus who are in attendance. Thank everyone in person as well as those who are watching online. It's an honor to be invited to speak about the important issues facing the Eastern Mediterranean and the vital role we can play in regional military and energy security. Russia's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine is the latest reminder of the importance of alliances rooted in the shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and why we must work to bolster these partnerships across Europe and beyond. In 1950, Europe was still struggling with the destruction of World War II. Having seen the brutality of that conflict firsthand, leaders and policymakers were determined to promote prosperity and peace through cooperative efforts. With those high aspirations in mind, 6 like-minded nations formed the European Steel and Coal Community, which grew to become what we now call the European Union. This bodes well for the newer, smaller, but powerful 3+1 format with Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and the United States. Just last month, we had our first ministerial-level meeting, reaffirming our commitment to regional cooperation. This high-level signal of support will reinvigorate collective efforts to promote greater security and prosperity across the Eastern Mediterranean, and I believe potentially beyond. As many in the audience probably know, I have long been a champion of elevating U.S. bilateral and regional relationships with the Eastern Mediterranean. 2 weeks ago, Prime Minister Mitsotakis delivered a powerful address to a joint meeting of Congress, the first ever by a Greek leader. I'm proud to have led my Senate colleagues in introducing a bipartisan resolution welcoming the Prime Minister that morning. And I was pleased to see Republicans and Democrats alike stand to applaud him. I don't think any U.S. president these days gets as many standing ovations from both sides of the aisle. Although the Prime Minister said he didn't get that many ovations back in Greece either. So you're never a prophet in your own time and land. But the Prime Minister's message, however, resonated across the political spectrum. The U.S.-Greece relationship is rooted in our shared democratic values. Indeed, it was Greek experiments with democracy that inspired America's founding fathers in the creation of our own nation. And in addition to our strong cultural ties, I have fought to ensure that the U.S. and Greece continue to bolster our military and energy cooperation. Greece has been a reliable partner for the United States in every major modern conflict, and we must continue to build on this partnership. That's why I authored the U.S.-Greece Defense and Interparliamentary Partnership Act, which is now our law, which bolsters Greece's efforts to modernize its armed forces, strengthen our bilateral defense relationship, and fosters increased engagement among the 3+1 partners. I'm also proud to be a champion of U.S.-Cypriot relations, and I was deeply honored last year to have been presented with the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios, and will continue to support Cyprus's independence and its territorial integrity. And will work with the Biden administration to fully implement all components of the Eastern Mediterranean Security Act, particularly as it relates to restrictions on arms to Cyprus. That is an anachronistic reality. Cyprus has proven itself to be a worthy partner, a member of the European Union. It recently closed its ports to all Russian ships before there was any European Union obligation to do so, which is a testament to why we should move forward in lifting the final vestiges of that arms embargo. We lifted some of it through the legislation. I'd like to see all of it lifted so that Cyprus ultimately modernize its defense capabilities and further integrate with the European Union and the United States. I believe we also have to bolster our relationship in many ways as we can, which is why I'm currently working to facilitate more cooperation between the New Jersey National Guard and Cyprus. And finally, looking a bit further south, I have been one of Israel's most stalwart supporters in Congress. Over the years, I've been pleased to shepherd various security assistance packages, including most recently when we supported more funding for Iron Dome. But of course, our relationship is deeper than security. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and so we have a strategic and moral responsibility to stand up with Israel and help facilitate ties across the Mediterranean to the rest of Europe. That mission drove the bipartisan 2019 Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Law. This was a law that I wrote that established the framework for U.S. engagement in the region, and it set the course for a comprehensive regional partnership with Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. And yet, even with so many great successes, there is still much to do. That's why I continue to press the administration to fully implement these laws regarding establishing the U.S. East Med Energy Center and convening the 3+1 interparliamentary group. I believe strongly in this format because the United States must work alongside our like-minded partners and allies in Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. We must confront our shared challenges while also pursuing our opportunities for engagement. We are best positioned to succeed by uniting behind our values and vision for a democratic world, especially in a moment in time when authoritarian regimes are on the rise. Even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine filled the headlines, Putin was intent on choosing escalation over stability. Putin's policy of actively spreading disinformation and fomenting ethnic nationalism is designed to sow discord in democratic nations around the world. Beyond Ukraine, Russia's illegal occupation of Georgian and Moldovan territory persists to today. Russia continues to support the murderous Assad regime in Syria and has conducted naval exercises in the Mediterranean that involve 15 warships and almost 30 aircraft, including long-range nuclear-capable bombers and MiG fighter jets carrying the latest hypersonic cruise missiles. Moscow pursues these aggressive actions in order to secure military access to the Mediterranean as a means to threaten the European southern flank. Over the past 2 months, we have seen Russia trying to erase and rewrite Ukraine's borders by brute force. We have seen Russia brutally assault innocent children in maternity hospitals, innocent civilians, including Greek nationals that Russia bombed and killed in Mariupol during the early days of the invasion. That's why we have to stand up for Ukraine's security. When Russian airstrikes come within miles of a NATO member country, we have to bolster the alliance and welcome new members who can make a security contribution. When the Kremlin fuels chaos across the region, we have to cut it off in terms of financing through our sanctions. Only when Putin truly feels the economic noose tighten around his neck will we be able to rein in this aggressive and dangerous menace to the world order. But the rules-based international order that brought us so much prosperity, peace, and progress in the decades since World War II is also under threat from China. We are clearly in a new era of strategic competition. This competition, however, is not a choice between two nations. It is a choice between two visions of how the citizens of the world want to live. It is a choice between democracy and autocracy, between living under the surveillance state or in a free society, between a world littered with concentration camps or one in which people can freely express themselves, practice their religion, and live in peace, one in which territorial integrity is respected. These are the choices before us today. China, propelled by Xi Jinping's hypernationalism, is a regime that is determined to rewrite the rules of the world in its own image. This is destabilizing, it is dangerous, and the world's democracies need to wake up. One of China's tools in this effort is infrastructure spending, and we see this playing out in the Eastern Mediterranean with their Maritime Silk Road initiative. Lucrative port projects from Greece to Turkey to Alexandria and Haifa give China more leverage over the region. And Greece has shown true leadership, including only allowing trusted vendors in their 5G networks opting out against Huawei. But we need to keep working with our partners in the region to expose the negative consequence of Chinese investment, particularly in sensitive sectors. And perhaps more importantly, we need to give our allies viable alternatives to Chinese extortion investments. And it isn't just investments. Only a few years ago, the People's Liberation Army Navy conducted a live fire drill in the Mediterranean. The flotilla included guided missile destroyers and frigates that were on their way to the Baltic Sea for joint exercises with the Russians. So we have to keep all of that in mind in terms of another dimension of challenge. But of course, the most persistent and proximate threat to the Eastern Mediterranean security and prosperity continues to be Turkey. Despite its status as a NATO ally, Turkey challenges Greek sovereignty with provocative overflights in the Aegean Sea. Violating airspace with fighter jets is simply unacceptable behavior from any country, particularly one in a formal military alliance. It only serves to undermine NATO unity at a critical point in time. And while it has been almost 5 decades, Turkey's illegal occupation of Cyprus is a terrible stain on the history of Europe that must be resolved. Erdogan's efforts last summer in Varosha were just another reminder that he is not seriously interested in finding a tenable path forward. That's why I joined the EU and others in condemning Turkey's threats to violate Cyprus's exclusive economic zones and its misguided efforts to carve up the territorial waters all the way to Libya. And while he may be trying to save face by reaching out now, Erdogan has made his feelings on Israel, and indeed the Jewish people in general, quite clear, calling Israel a terrorist state as it tried to defend itself against attacks. Beyond these political and security challenges each country faces, none of us can escape the existential and geopolitical challenge of climate change. You can see the effects from the wildfires in Greece to the storms flooding the streets of Tel Aviv. You can see the effects on energy policies, on food systems and migration, all of which impacts the national and regional security of our partners in the Eastern Mediterranean. And as we look at these overlapping challenges, the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean face it will bring the region's climate challenges to light. And I welcome Israel, Cyprus, and Greece's commitment to work together to protect the environment, including the region's beautiful coastlines and abundant marine ecosystem. Building on strong foundations, I believe there are 3 broad areas where we should focus moving forward. Let's start with how U.S. military assistance can help bolster military modernization. As we look across Europe right now, we know that not only our armed forces, but our partners' armed forces must be up to date with the latest tactics and cutting-edge technologies of the future. We must continue U.S. international military education and training, as we are doing in Greece, through the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act. We have seen this with the Alexander the Great exercise in Greece, where 300 soldiers, a number well known to Greeks, Ultimately, 150 of which were American Marines and the remaining 150 were Greek military personnel, participated together. We've also seen this with the Cyclops training facility on Cyprus. The facility not only offers an opportunity for joint training operations, it strengthens security along borders and at sea. We should also continue to provide direct loans for the purchase of defense articles, and we should permanently, as I said before, lift the restrictions on weapons sales to Cyprus. From design to construction, the United States can counter authoritarian regimes by supporting the transition away from Russian-produced military equipment. This not only reduces Russian influence, it strengthens NATO's southern flank. And although Israel has moved from EUCOM to CENTCOM, we must continue to build our strong military relationship. That includes joint exercises and technology sharing to increase our armed forces' ability to operate together, and we'll continue to work on and fund critical missile defense systems. The role of energy security is the second area I believe we have more room to grow in the Eastern Mediterranean. We have seen that control over a country's power supply can be as powerful as any army. And I'm pleased to see that Europe and the rest of the world is paying much more attention to this issue. The Eastern Mediterranean Security and Partnership Act authorized the creation of an energy center, just one way that energy policy can bring our nations together, and I have spoken to the Secretary of Energy to get her to start up that center. You can also see this in Alexandroupoli, Greece's port in the north. It serves not only as a major U.S. military and NATO defense hub, but is now also transforming into an energy hub with its new liquefied natural gas facility. It is developing new innovations in solar and wind technologies, positioning itself on the forefront of confronting climate change. And it's furthering projects like the Euro-Asia Interconnector, which will allow for the transmission of renewable energy between Europe, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece's electricity grids. It works to combat climate change by mobilizing domestic energy resource production and regional interconnectivity and promoting economic growth. These efforts will yield additional security dividends by making the region less dependent on fossil fuels from Russia and other autocracies. And finally, economic cooperation. Our economic ties go far beyond energy. The U.S. embassies in Greece and Cyprus have advanced numerous efforts, often in collaboration with the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, a leader in high-tech development. Finally, to address all of these issues, we need to enhance the regional format we have in place. I believe establishing the 3+1 interparliamentary group among Cyprus, Greece, and Israel and the United States is critical in strengthening engagement in our governments. By establishing an official framework, we can develop strategies to both enhance security and energy cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean. While it's been a long path to get to this point, I am excited to say we're just beginning. I'm proud that relations with Cyprus, Greece, and Israel are the strongest they have ever been. But we can't rest on our laurels. The 3+1 format is the centerpiece for future relations in the region, tied together by common values and principles. The ministerial level convenes again this September, and I am hopeful that we will have our first meeting of the interparliamentary 3+1 format, a chance for legislators to share the views of our constituents in strengthening these bonds. Last summer, I was honored to deliver a speech in the shadow of the Acropolis in Athens, where I shared my vision for the region and the unlimited possibilities for relations with Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. It was the experience of a lifetime, one that I will never forget. Pericles, the man credited with initiating construction of the Acropolis, once said, "Freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it." And so today, let's dedicate ourselves to fighting for freedom in the Eastern Mediterranean and around the world. Let us face the challenges of the future confident in our alliances and partnerships. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much, Senator. You really covered a lot of ground, which I think has really set us up well for the discussions today. And we've got lots to discuss, and we've broken down the issues into many sessions. Now, I should have said at the beginning that we're going to conduct a poll during the course of today's discussions for you, the audience, to participate in. So we have a question, and I think we can have that polling card now on the screen. I hope so. The question that we want to pose is the question that I'm going to pose, first of all, to you. If we can share that with the audience, that would be great. The question, I believe, is, has the war in Ukraine helped or hindered the security situation for the Eastern Mediterranean region? Has it made it safer, or are we now living in more dangerous times in this particular region? Obviously, the front line in this war is a bit further to the east, but nevertheless, this is a region that is quite near the front line. So do you expect that the war will strengthen or undermine NATO's security shield in this region, in the Eastern Med?
Well, of course, what is happening in Ukraine is horrific. And I will say it was unnecessary because President Biden engaged in conversations with President Putin about what his concerns were ostensibly were, and said to him, if your concern is about security, there are ways that we can create security guarantees so that that is not an issue. But of course, that was never the issue for Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin's biggest lament is the collapse of what was the Soviet Union. His biggest desire is to try to recreate as much of it as possible, what he calls Nouveau Russia. And that is why Ukraine has been the centerpiece of that desire. And so, with the efforts having been led to try to avoid conflict in the first place, we are dealing with the horrific war crimes that are taking place in Ukraine. That, of course, creates a challenge for the entire region. So to go directly to your question, Joan, I think the result of that is that it will strengthen NATO. I was in NATO last week in Brussels. I met with the Secretary General, the U.S. delegation there, and others. And the reality is that NATO is stronger now than ever before. It is seen that its mission is more real than ever before because of Putin's aggression. And the transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever before. And there are more NATO and American troops now on the eastern border of Russia than there would have been there except for Putin's aggression. So I think what we see is a catalyst to strengthen our defense posture in the region so that the aggression doesn't expand itself. And I see it as an opportunity to build upon. We just had a very recent and robust new memorandum of understanding with Greece, between the United States and Greece on defense elements. And it expanded our relationship. We all know about Suda Bay being a central element of that, but it expanded beyond that. And so I think those are elements of strengthening the security architecture in the region as a result of the conflict that we see.
Thanks. Are you worried at all that this unity, seemingly strengthened transatlantic unity, could erode as the war drags on? And if we assume that this war is going to be protracted, as indeed we do, that it will last through 2022, at least in terms of a hot war, even if it becomes later a kind of frozen conflict or a frontier war, a kind of war without end. Are you worried that as the energy situation becomes worse in Europe in the winter, the kind of price inflation, which is rampant, just hit 8.1% in the Eurozone, do you think that could erode? And we already hear some voices in Europe, particularly in Germany and France, from industry, not particularly from politicians, saying that we want this to be over, we want a negotiated solution, we want to go back to business as usual. I don't think we are going to go back to business as usual, but are you worried about that things could really start to unravel as time goes on?
Well, clearly one of the challenges of the war is the staying power of the United States and our allies to stick with Ukraine. But we have no choice. Why do I say that? If Russia can violate the territorial integrity of another country, change the map of Europe by force, and nothing happens, believe me, it will not be the end. And the next set of countries will come closer and closer to NATO nations. And in that regard, we are obligated, we, the United States, and Europe, is obligated under Article 5 of the NATO treaty to respond that an attack on one is an attack on all. And the only time that that provision has been invoked in its 75-year history of NATO was on behalf of the United States after September 11th, where Canadian Air Force flew our airspace until we got an understanding of what was happening, and where NATO countries joined us in Afghanistan in pursuit of bin Laden and the perpetrators of September 11th. So I would rather help the Ukrainians, help them defend their country, so I don't have to send America's sons and daughters to a third European continent war, and the Europeans won't have to fight themselves on their continent for their security and their freedom. So this is about much more than Ukraine. So yes, do I worry? Yes, but I think it is leaders who must make the argument why it is important to do so. Even in the United States, $40 billion is a lot of money. And that's the package that we passed 2 weeks ago. But it is critically necessary in order to secure the rules-based international order. Because if not, if force is what makes right, then ultimately we're in a world of hurt. And so we have to help on the energy front. That's why we have been engaged. You know, the Emir of Qatar is now ramping up production, liquefied natural gas into Europe. We are looking at how do we assist in the liquefied natural gas space. This is a tremendous error by Putin long-term, because Europe is rethinking its energy security and diversifying away. That will have an enormous consequence to Russia, which is basically an extracting economy. As Europe diversifies away, it also, in my mind, because of the large fines off of the Greek, Cypriot, and Israel exclusive economic zones, is an opportunity to help be part of the solution on the energy front. And the interconnectors that are taking place in Androxopoli and other places in Greece is a tremendous opportunity to help diversify as well. So, but it is a challenge, and it's one of the things that we're going to have to confront and make the case why, yes, there is pain, but there will be far greater pain if Russia succeeds.
You mentioned Turkey, in recent months we've seen Turkey taking positions on various issues, which suggest that it's a rather unreliable ally for NATO in the region and in relation to the war, not least the threat of a veto on membership of NATO for Finland and Sweden. How does the US manage a relationship like that, when you have on the one side these very strong relations with Cyprus and Greece and Israel, And then you have a NATO member right at the heart of this very big and quite influential country, not towing the line, if you like. So how does the US manage that?
Well, our relationship with Turkey is a difficult one. Turkey under Erdogan, because I like to differentiate the Turkish people from its leadership. Turkey under Erdogan is not what we aspire Turkey to be. As a country, we have aspired Turkey to be the bridge between East and West, a secular country committed to democratic principles, a NATO ally that works well within the NATO context, which is also about a shared system of values. It is not, from my perspective, it has not been that country. And so we must make it clear to Turkey that violations of the international norm, including overflying Greek airspace and invading territorial waters, is not acceptable. There are consequences for that. Turkey aspires to buy more military equipment from the United States. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has jurisdiction over arms sales. I will find it very difficult to agree to arms sales based upon the present conduct of Turkey. And so we have to keep pressing Turkey to be what we expect it to be, which is a strong NATO ally within the rules-based order. Not that it can make its own rules. I think at the end of the day, they will withdraw their objections on Finland and Sweden. I met with both of those countries' leaders a couple weeks ago in Washington. I think they are trying to leverage that for some issues they have with Kurds, with some of these countries and their recognitions, and maybe other things. But at the end of the day, if the totality of NATO wants to grant admission, and them the only outlier, I think that is something that they will have to yield on.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about Russia and China in tandem. And what you said is that we're heading towards really an acceleration of this decoupling between two blocks. We're heading to a kind of two-block situation or a bifurcation. And that's something that's been accelerated by the pandemic and now by the war in Ukraine. I mean, it seems all these months into the war that China is not going to forsake Russia, that it sees Russia, it's not got that many allies in the world, and it's not going to do anything to jeopardize that strategic relationship. So we're living in much more dangerous times, it would seem, if we're talking about heading out of a multipolar order into this bifurcation. Is there anything that can be done, do you think, to bring China back? At the moment, it doesn't look that way, and the position that China's taken on the war is also undermining its relations with Europe, too.
So here's the question in my mind. Let me take your question and transform it a little bit. The question is, what type of world do we want to live in? This is not a choice between the United States and China. It's not a choice between the United States and Russia. It's a choice of what type of world do you want to live in? Is it a world where you are free to worship as you please? Is it a world where you are free to seek your enterprise through hard work, through intellect, through innovation, and make your money that way? Is it a world where you are free to believe that your country's territory will be respected? Is it a world where you get to choose who you love? Or is it a world in the 21st century where 2 million Uyghurs are in a concentration camp? They didn't do anything wrong, they just have a different belief. Or where electronic surveillance is the reality of daily life of its citizens. Or a world in which you are told how many children you can have. And I could go on and on. That's the choice. That's the choice before us. So it is not because we seek conflict for example, with China. As a matter of fact, it was the United States and the West that invited China into the international order, that invited China into the World Trade Organization, in the expectation that by having it participate, it would acclimate itself not to a Jeffersonian democracy, but it would participate in the rules-based order. Well, it took advantage of the invitation, but it never followed the rules-based order. Anyone who has done business in China understands some of the incredible challenges of doing that. So we look at China as strategic competition. We seek no conflict, but by the same token, we cannot have a violation of the rules-based order. China seeks to rewrite that rules-based order in its own image. That is not our image in terms of what we believe are the essentials: freedom, the rule of law, the respect for individual liberty. And so we must compete with China because they are an economic powerhouse. So we must compete with China, which is why the United States right now is in a conference. I'm on that conference on something we call the Strategic Competition Act, which is how we dramatically change our supply chain in the United States. How do we deal with the manufacturing of chips and semiconductors? How do we continue to drive an economy on innovation that can meet those challenges? How do we organize our international development entities in the United States alongside with our allies in the world to be a counter to China's extortive investments? They go to a country, they make these investments, and then you never can pay it off. And now the next thing you know is you've got to vote this way and that way and do this and do that at the end of the day. So these are elements of it. So we want China to be part of the international rules-based order. If it's willing to do that, then we welcome it. We have no problem with competition. But you cannot rewrite the rules of international engagement and order. You can't violate freedom of navigation on the South China Sea. You know, for Greek shipping to be able not to travel the South China Sea without being interfered with, or for that fact, American shipping or international shipping. When Taiwan is threatened, I was recently at Taiwan, Taiwan makes 90% of all of the world's high-end semiconductors. Everything we do in our life now, the car that you drive, the refrigerator that cools your food, the phone that you make your calls on, the equipment that you manufacture, all of them have semiconductors. If China can overwhelm Taiwan and now have the world's 90% of the world's semiconductors, we're in a world of hurt. So these are the challenges that we have, not because we seek them, but because that's where we're at. And so we keep the door open to the hope that China will be part of the rules-based orders, but we must be ready to confront it when it violates it and to compete with it otherwise.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you one final quick question, if I may, and we can have a quick answer. It's about the EastMed pipeline, because earlier this year this was something that the US said was not really viable economically, environmentally, and from a security point of view is also problematic. Could that come back on the agenda in the light of the war?
I think the EastMed pipeline has, if it is economically feasible, it should be considered. That's my own personal view. And the economics will determine whether or not it can come back in line. But I think we're in a whole, look, I am a big aspirant for renewable energy. I believe there is a real challenge in our globe on the question of climate change. You see it in wildfires in Greece. You see it in flooding in other parts. You see it in erosion of coastlines. You see it in islands being overtaken by rising sea levels. So that's real. That is real. When the United States Department of Defense says one of the most critical security challenges to our nation is climate change, these people are not tree huggers. You know, they are looking at what is the national security of the United States. They say it. They say it. Having said that, we're also in an energy paradigm right now that requires both security and the preservation of economic opportunity so we can build to that renewable energy sector. So I think the viability of such a pipeline will depend upon its economic viability, and then it will flow from there.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
indeed,
you.
Senator. Thank you for spending the time with us. It was great having you. I'd like to move on now to our first panel discussion of the day. Can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? And I would like to invite to join me now on the stage. We've got a great lineup up here. Charalambos Petrides, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Cyprus. Welcome. David Harris, CEO of the American Jewish Community, American Jewish Committee. David Harris. Andreas Borgeas, State Senator, California State Senate. Welcome. Next up, Andy Zemenides, Executive Director, Hellenic American Leadership Council. Welcome. Have a seat, gentlemen. And we're also going to be joined, I'm very pleased to say, by connection, Amikam Nakmani, author and professor at the Department for Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University, Israel. Great, welcome. No. Okay, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much. So the way this is going to work, which is how it will be through much of the day, is that all our speakers are going to take 5 minutes or so. Well, I have to be quite strict, actually, with the 5 minutes to give time for discussion and questions and make sure we get through the day and all our discussions and stick to our time. Let me invite you, Minister, to kick off this panel.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here in the panel. And of course, as already the keynote speaker, Senator Menendez, says that there is a strong interest and focus on the Eastern Mediterranean issue, considering both Cyprus and what we can do to share these common challenges and threats. Also, with the Energy Security Act that is already been mentioned, we have a new window for collaboration. As Cyprus, we are acting as a pillar of stability both to Europe and the Middle East and the Gulf. Location while we can play this role, it's of paramount importance to see how with the different collaborations, either bilateral or trilateral or multilateral collaborations, including the US, we have participating in various trilateral collaboration, and it is an issue that we need to face now, especially with the Ukrainian war and the invasion that has been taking place from Russia. I should mention that Cyprus had a similar situation in 1974. We know that people are very sensitive on this issue. And of course, we have complied with all rules and regulations of the European Union. As Mr. Menendez already said, we have actually proactively rejected any port calls before even there was an adoption from the European Union. So having said that, we have acted proactively. We can see that the challenges are there. The threats are, we can see how we can create these threats to opportunities. It is something that we're working on. We believe Cyprus, through both people that we are collaborating with and with the neighboring countries, we can give a way out to the energy issue, that it's a crisis that we're facing now with the increased inflation. We have the supply chain of food crisis that is coming up. There are many challenges, and there are ways we need to react unanimously, keep the teamwork, and see how we can actually proceed on to solve this difficult situation. Can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? The simple and the short answer is, of course, yes, but we need to align our regional and national interest in order to be able to have a long and lasting security. I believe that a safe and secure East Med contributes to a safe and secure Europe, as well as to a secure Indo-Pacific. It's already been mentioned that we have to maintain the rules and regulations of the EU. Both the international law and the law of the sea should prevail. And it's something that, of course, is to the benefit of everyone to maintain security and defense. Energy security and collaboration between all relevant stakeholders is something, of course, that should be of top priority, especially now. And therefore, Europe is in need of clean and reliable diversity of these energy supplies. We believe that via Cyprus and other neighboring countries, there is an alternative way to the energy corridor to Europe. And now it's the time to explore these different options that we have in front of us. We should mention that we have complied with all the rules and regulations, unlike Turkey, that they have not closed the airspace. They have not actually proceeded with respecting all the international law and the law of the sea. We are also facing violations to our exclusive economic zone. We are facing violations to our national airspace. We have a serious problem with the migration issue that is being instrumentalized by Turkey. And over the last couple of years, we are faced with a very high percentage, around 5% of the population being illegal migrants. And therefore, all these issues is something that we are facing with the global instability and security. Let me close by saying that we have a rapidly evolving Cyprus-US defense and military collaboration. So it's, this is my visit, this is the first visit to the US, and we believe that it's a milestone to our relations. We are here to act as a pillar of stability together with the US. We belong to the West, and we want to make the investment and the security and the stability of the region to make it happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Over to you now, David Harris.
Kalimera, Boker Tov, good morning, and thank you for having me once again here at this conference. For those of you who may not have heard me speak before, I need to dial back for just a moment to 40 years ago, 1982. Some of you weren't yet born, I think, Andy.
I was born.
Or close to it. I was a believer. There were a few of us in the Hellenic American community and the American Jewish Committee who believed that the triangle we're talking about today was not only possible, but necessary. It seems obvious from the perspective of 2022. However, in 1982, this was completely impossible to imagine. The relations between Israel and Greece and Israel and Cyprus, in diplomatic terminology, were chilly. So much so that in 1982, when Yasser Arafat and the PLO were driven out of Lebanon, they did not go to another Arab country. They came to Andreas Papandreou's Greece because they believed that he was more supportive of their cause than most of the Arab world. 10 years later, we had the first fruits of a thawing, but the question remained, was this personal to the leadership of the time? In the case of Athens, Mitsotakis the father and his foreign minister Samaras. And we learned 10 years later that indeed this was becoming more institutionalized in both countries, as we witnessed changing administrations in Nicosia and in Athens and in Jerusalem. This went beyond the personal to a recognition that this was indeed in the vital core strategic interests of all three countries to develop a more coherent and consistent and deepening policy. 10 years later, in 2012, however, there was a big bump in the road. Greece became synonymous in the English language with decline. So much so that Republican nominee Mitt Romney in the 2012 presidential debate used the word Greece as the warning to America of what would happen if indeed America went in the wrong direction, meaning voted for his opponent. Now, as we meet, and the defense minister knows far better than I, the commander-in-chief of the IDF has arrived in Cyprus and is participating together with hundreds of Israeli soldiers, including special operations units, in joint exercises with the Cypriot Defense Forces.
That's right.
That's how far we have come. And one can go further in describing the depth and the breadth of the strategic partnership that has evolved among these three countries. I'm a believer in 2022 about a future. The future begins with these three countries, which are tied not just by common strategic interests in the East Med, but fundamentally, as was said by Senator Menendez and repeated by the defense minister, by core shared values. What's the vision of the future? In my estimation, it's a series of concentric circles, beginning with these three nations at the heart. Quadrilaterally, it's the United States, which under the previous administration and now the current administration is no longer becoming an observer or an occasional visitor, but is beginning to institutionalize its own participation in the relationship, and we continue to encourage it. It's expanding it to several Arab countries, particularly through the East Med Gas Forum, and it's now the opportunity to further integrate the countries of the Abraham Accords. Morocco, the UAE, Bahrain, we hope one day Sudan, and I would add, in the spirit of hope, other Middle Eastern countries that are not quite there yet, but are watching very closely the evolution of the Abraham Accords. So I believe that this series of concentric circles built around common interests, strategic interests, energy interests, economic interests, tourism interests, has enormous potential. Finally, a word about Turkey in the mix. I believe, and we have said so consistently, that 4 U.S. administrations in a row have underestimated Mr. Erdogan. They've too often succumbed to a kind of wishful thinking, expressed in the notion that Turkey can become not just the bridge between East and West or North and South, but the bridge between Islam, modernity, and democracy. I think events until now have proved that notion desirable, but short-sighted. And it's time, we believe, at the American Jewish Committee, and I know we're joined with HALC, the Hellenic American Leadership Council, and others in this respect, it's time for this and other administrations to follow to get serious with Turkey. Yes, to talk Turkey. To be serious in terms of, we want you in the club, we count on you and your membership in the club, including in NATO, but you don't get to write the rules. You don't get to weave in and out. You don't get to seize 2 Greek ships, Iran to seize 2 Greek ships while you look on. We will not accept the fact that your overflights of Greek airspace, your circumvention of sanctions with Russia, your violation of the exclusive economic zone, your continued occupation of up to 40% of the Cypriot island, that we can coexist with these consistent violations of the international order and at the same time call you an ally and a partner. Someone has to find the spine to talk Turkey to Turkey, and the time is now.
Thank you very much indeed. Strong words. And we'll come back to some of these points. Over to you, Senator.
Fantastic. I'd like to express my appreciation to the economists, my fellow presenters, and all those attending today's New York Mediterranean Business Summit. Throughout this summit, no doubt, we will have heard how the geopolitical landscape has been dramatically altered following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. No doubt our security and energy calculations are being forced into expedited evolution. Yet how these energy evolutions will materialize remain very much in a state of play. The purpose of my brief presentation is to identify select criteria America and Europe should consider in evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean. They range from traditional fossil fuel pipelines to a variety of proposed alternative energy networks. But I submit to you today that given our energy circumstances and our extended security priorities, that electrical interconnection represents a promising set of practical opportunities between North Africa and Europe to service the energy demands of the Balkans and Eastern Europe. After an extended period of apparent disengagement, American policymakers have sharply renewed their interest in the Mediterranean. The U.S. has reasserted its commitment to transatlantic partnerships, and a newfound purpose exists in the corridors of Brussels, Washington, and the Mediterranean capitals. One such project gaining attention is energy interconnection between Greece and Egypt, whereby solar electricity generated in Egypt can be transmitted underwater into Greece's electrical grid, extending energy service throughout the Balkans and Eastern Europe. An electric interconnection project between Greece and Egypt helps effectuate the Paris Climate Accords, and of course, given the events in Ukraine, is of heightened geopolitical importance to the US, EU, and NATO. In this fashion, Greece can play a vital role as a new energy hub. And we heard Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, when he addressed a joint session of Congress a couple of weeks ago, he indicated his plan was to interconnect Greek electrical grids, not just with Cyprus and Israel, but also Egypt, as it will serve as an important link to the Balkans and Eastern Europe. But by which criteria should America be evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean? I respectfully submit to you and my colleagues the following 4 criteria that might be a successful framework for such a consideration. Number 1, is it in the U.S. interest to support an interconnection? The U.S. should support an interconnection because it is within our statutory foreign policy. We heard from Senator Menendez, the author of the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act, which already provides that it's in the national security interests of the U.S. to promote, achieve, and maintain energy security with allies, and that Greece is an invaluable member of NATO and a key pillar of stability in the Mediterranean. Just 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic Council, a prominent transatlantic think tank in Washington, issued an in-depth study on this very topic. The report indicates that there is now an alignment of interests and priorities between the U.S. and Greece to lead the way in Europe to carbon neutrality, that such a project would have strategic benefits of creating new important energy corridors to wean Europe off Russian reliance, all of which, of course, are in U.S. interests. The second, who should be affiliated with the project and who should be precluded? It is in the best interest of both Europe and the U.S. to prevent entities affiliated or cooperative with foreign adversaries from having a stake in such a project. Our common interests are best served through transatlantic cooperation and protecting investment in critical infrastructure from potentially adversarial parties as well as potential domestic proxies. Substantial information exists in the public domain that there are companies in Greece and Europe strongly affiliated with Russia and state-owned and state-controlled enterprise. Therefore, there should be a transparent and public process that allows American, European, and African entities to compete for equity involvement in this project, but that it's in everyone's interest to preclude entities with questionable ties with Russia from being involved on security grounds. The third, should an interconnection project be consistent with international law? The international rules-based system is experiencing unprecedented challenges. Therefore, to mitigate potential challenges, any proposed transmission line should be consistent with the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, of which both Greece and Egypt are signatories. Furthermore, an interconnection project should be consistent with the delimitation of the exclusive economic zones pursuant to the August 6, 2020 agreement between Greece and Egypt. This agreement is already on file with the UN Secretariat, and it gives legal effect to party intentions. And lastly, should support be reserved for projects in the most advanced stages of regulatory approval? Multilateral infrastructure projects of this nature are indeed complicated, bureaucratic, and prone to delays. Potentially years of regulatory and administrative review should be reduced by supporting projects that have already been included in the EU's National Development Plan. Competitive projects should achieve high rankings by these authorities in the European Union's Electricity Infrastructure Plan, as well as be a candidate by the European Commission as projects of common interest. To pursue projects outside of advanced regulatory approval is to invite critical project delays, potentially putting at risk our strategic interests. In conclusion, no doubt there are many compelling criteria for the relevant parties to consider a Greece-Africa interconnection. But the criteria I have submitted to you today, I think, could serve as a helpful framework. That the U.S. should look upon interconnection as a strategic priority. That such critical infrastructure exclude Russian involvement. That such a project be consistent with international law, and whichever is most advanced in the respective regulatory process should be preferred as a course of action. Not only should political support be lent to an interconnection, but American resources should also be dedicated toward ensuring long-term energy solutions in Europe, of which interconnection is but one very important part.
Great, thank you very much. Lots of food for thought there for our later panels as well on energy and green transition. Lots to think about there. So over to you, Mr. Menendez.
Thank you. Thanks for the Economist for putting this together, and a great place. It's hard to follow Bob Menendez, but be on a great panel. But I really have to point out, because my colleague is fairly humble, when we see Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and talk about the Abraham Accords, nobody here, save one man, imagined that, and that's David Harris. And we are at a present in the creation moment because some people had the courage to act when nations didn't. And it's something that I'm in awe, always being on the same stage with him, but I think we all owe him a thank you, because today is possible because of the diplomacy that AJC conducted under David Harris. So David, thank you. But as we've heard, we are at a present of the creation moment that only gets more interesting. There's a Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. We've hit that out of the park over and over and over again for you baseball fans. And I think we added a layer with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and this region plays a big role in this present at the creation moment. We've heard Senator Menendez analogize what's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean to the EU, the early EU, the European steel and coal community. And frankly, just like the EU started coming together over an energy source, the Eastern Mediterranean has come together over an energy source. But it is transforming, just like the European Union did, into a community of nations that are aligned not only on economic and energy interests, but on values. And this is where we, again, going to David's imagination, if somebody told you 40 years ago, forget Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, if somebody told you there was going to be an international forum where Egypt and Jordan, Israel and Greece and Cyprus and France and Italy and the Palestinians were all coming together with consensus decisions, the US being observer, nobody would have believed it, but that's what's happening. When you're looking at the Abraham Accord countries coming in, even last week, President Sisi talking to Christian communities in Egypt about how religious pluralism was going to be a value in the new Middle East. This is an amazing opportunity. I don't think, I'm not sure we've had a conference yet that has captured all the possibilities of a community of nations. And, you know, going back to the European steel and coal, and since I'm going to try to up David's rhetoric regarding Turkey, frankly, nobody has ever said Turkey can't be part of this. Well, the Baria was talking about before, the European the East Mediterranean natural gas forum, actually had a unanimous communique saying Turkey can be part of this, but they have to play by the rules that all of us are playing by, that all of us are coming up with, and instead of saying these are the rules. So in this community of nations, Turkey has a decision to make. It can either be 1950s Germany, as Germany was at the beginning of these European institutions, or it can be World War II or World War I Germany, which is the approach that it has. And frankly, that also goes for us. We can't whitewash them. We can't give them second chances. We can't allow, I'm sorry to say because the Economist did it yesterday, Erdogan to have space to lie through his teeth. There is space for all of us to come together, but it's got to be in this community of nations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So we're going to go to the remote connection now. Amikam Nakmani, who I introduced earlier, professor at the Department for Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University, Israel. I hope that you managed to follow all the introductions so far, and we're very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. I did follow. I see myself, I talk to myself, but I hear you. That's perfectly okay. I do not see you, but that's perfectly okay. Okay, I thank the conference chair. I thank the Economist Impact for inviting me to this important meeting. I'll try now to do the impossible and in 5 minutes to turn to history, culture, politics, and society in Greece, Turkey, and Cyprus, no less. But anyhow, something like 11 years ago, we witnessed a surprising initiative by two prime ministers, George Papandreou of Greece and Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. Reportedly, the personal relationship and chemistry between the two, both American educated, helped to build that promised, something that promised to be the improving relations between Israel and the Hellenic world. I should state right at the outset that it is fitting that Greco-Israeli Cypriot relations should have their own raison d'etre, and they do have, and not only as a result of a crisis in Turkish-Israeli relations or because of a shared American educational background of Israeli or Greek or Cypriot heads of state. Now, pertaining to the question, can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? My answer is strongly positive. The shared interests and common denominators that I'm going to mention should produce closer relations between the three. In my brief opening remarks, I'm going to refer just to four shared interests or common denominators, and I will just mention them. First of all, of the four topics, three, we hardly hear about them in the context of Greco and Cypriot and Israeli relations. The fourth one, concerning energy, etc., and the East Mediterranean resources, of course, we hear. So it is fair to say that in the 20th century, the first topic that I'm going to mention, it is fair to say that in the 20th century, no other two Western or European peoples were victimized more cruelly and suffered more profoundly, caught up in the grip of rising nationalism and the resurgent nation state, i.e. one state for one nation, as were the Greeks and Israelis. Okay, now I'm not going to mention the disasters that happened to these two peoples, but this is something that from time to time we relive it and we remember it, and we shouldn't forget it, and we do not, of course. Okay, I will come back, if time allows, I'll come back and elaborate a bit on this specific point. The second point is that Greece, Cyprus, and Israel push back attempts of external coercion to resolve the conflicts and problems in which they are involved. Just to mention that this is the position of Israel in its conflict with the Palestinians and that of the Greek Cypriots in the conflict in Cyprus. but we also heard it or experienced it. Greece experiences the last decade when concerning getting financial help from the European Union or from other financial bodies. No doubt that the two countries, for sure, Israel, Greece, and Cyprus, wouldn't like other people to intervene in their own business. So this is the second one. The third one, and I titled it as the Mediterranean Sea and quote unquote, the main artery, if not the aorta of Israel. This is a quotation taken from a certain source. This means growing energy and military cooperation between Cyprus, Israel, and Greece. As from the 1990s, Israel has turned to the Mediterranean Sea. That is to say, gas fields or discovery or excavation of gas fields in the Eastern Mediterranean during the 1990s and 2000 results in a situation, the present contemporary situation, that 50% of Israel energy comes from the sea. A second source is that 50% of Israel sweet water comes from the sea. That is to say, Israel drinking water comes from the Mediterranean Sea. 8 desalination projects have already approved. 6 of them have already been built. So this is the second source that Israel enjoys from the East Mediterranean. And the third source is the Israeli Navy, a powerful force nowadays in the East Mediterranean with the task of defending these and other Israeli interests. It has already ordered 9 brand new German-made submarines and 4 German-made corvettes. So, and the fourth one, this is something that probably a good motto would introduce us into the mood of this. And the fourth issue is Christians in the Middle East, a crisis of cataclysmic magnitude. That is to say, if we, the three nations, the 3 countries, if we, the three, we do not think that we share something in common, so probably there is somebody who will remind us. And I will give you a quotation about it. We are in the same boat. First of all, we'll take care of the Saturday people, then the Sunday people, quote unquote. That is to say, the fate of Christians in the Middle East is something that should interest the entire, of course, the entire humanity, but for sure, the entire East Mediterranean era and the people and the nations and countries that live there and probably I will just mention that the contemporary precarious situation of Christians in the Middle East nowadays shows a crisis of cataclysmic magnitude. And just to finish my short presentation or short remarks, if you go to Israel, we are the only country in the area here that the number of Christians increase each year. Because if you go to other countries in our region, go to Syria and go to Iraq, and unfortunately also go to Egypt, and you find exactly the other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Great to have that perspective. So we've got about 15 minutes now for discussion. So before I wade in with questions, I would like to also open to the floor. If anybody from the floor has a question for our panel, please can you stick your hand up and indicate, and I will try to take your question. We'll have a mic that will be circulating. So, or have a think if you do have a question. Otherwise, I'm going to kick off with some questions from the panel. So just wave your hand. Maybe it's a bit difficult to see some of you round the corner from this podium, but I'll do my best. Yeah, to get started, I think, David Harris, you really reminded us very forcefully that we shouldn't take anything for granted. Several speakers have alluded to this, that, who would have imagined now this group of countries that are cooperating in this region and expanding group of countries, beyond the 3+1. I have two questions related to that. One is, are all issues resolved among this friendly group of countries, and what are outstanding ones? For example, there's still, as far as I understand, there's still some territorial issues between Cyprus and Israel. I may be wrong about that, but is there anything outstanding, even among friendly countries that are cooperating? And when we talk about expanding this group, this kind of concentric circles approach that you talked about, David, are you worried at all that that might dilute the coherence and unity that's been established in the existing format? Or do you see simply that that's just going to strengthen what you have already? So that's a kind of opening question. Are there still unresolved issues that actually need to be resolved to strengthen, to take these relationships further? And if you do succeed in expanding beyond what exists already, could it actually weaken the whole project? Oh, well, I probably shouldn't call it a project. But, yeah.
So thank you for both questions. And I just want to give a shout out to Amikam, because if I remember correctly, we were together in graduate school in England. Am I correct?
Absolutely. Yes, you're absolutely right. St. Anthony's College.
That you haven't aged at all. that was in 1977, 78.
Absolutely. Exactly.
To the second question first, because the moment I hear a question that begins, I don't wait for the end. More seriously, beginning with the second question, I deliberately used the term concentric circles, because I believe that there are varying overlapping sets of interests that need to be navigated, and we're seeing the evolution of that already. But at the core are countries that are united by shared values and not just interests. And that goes back, Andy, and we've had this discussion on many occasions, to the vision of Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet, and the vision which came out of the French Foreign Ministry of the coal and steel community, which, let's be clear, was not really about energy in the first instance. It was really about creating an interlocking structure that would prevent future war. This was the instruction that Robert Schuman, as French foreign minister, received. Simply expressed, go find a solution. But go find a solution to 3 eruptions of war on the European continent involving France and Germany, beginning in 1870 in the First World War and the Second World War. So what we're talking about, at least at AJC and in our conversations with our friends here in the US like HALC and overseas, is how do you build a set of interlocking structures, concentric circles, if you will, of nations that are fundamentally committed to a peaceful order, and then a legal, a rules-based order, of course, with it, to peaceful conflict resolution. That's the challenge here, as opposed to those countries, and we've named some of them, that are intent on regional disruption for the purpose of regional ascendancy. So I come then to your first question. I don't know of any 2 nations on earth, maybe Norway and Denmark, but I'm not even sure, where there are not always going to be ongoing issues. These are allies, but these are not necessarily identical nations. So sure, there are always going to be issues, and I will tell my Cypriot friends, we've already told the Cypriot leadership before, please don't take this as an anti-Cypriot measure, but a number of us at AJC have been pressing for civil marriage in Israel for many years. Now, why is that relevant to this discussion? Some of you know, because one of the backbones of Cypriot tourism are Israeli couples that don't want to get married under the current religious structure, so they travel to Cyprus to get married. Now, our proposal is for them to get married in Israel, but then to insist that they have a honeymoon in Cyprus, so that we don't completely undermine the tourism business. But please, if you see AJC advocating for civil marriage in Israel, do not consider it an anti-Cypriot act.
Okay, thanks. Now,
But to clarify, there is no territorial issue.
Okay, yes, good.
The territorial issue that you may be referring to is Turkey's occupation of Cyprus, and that Turkey wants to somehow with Israel by violating or pretending that the occupation doesn't exist. So there is no territorial issue between Israel and Cyprus.
Okay, and I'm going to throw in a couple of additional questions before I ask others, Minister, and also Amikam to come back, which is about, especially for Israel, Russia. I mean, not just actually Israel, but for Cyprus and Greece. Russia's been a very important, historically, ally, with much in common. So where does this war leave relations between all your countries and Russia? Is there no way back? And I know it's quite a difficult balancing act at the moment for Israel, given the situation in Syria. So that's one question to throw in. And the other thing about Turkey, I think everybody's made it quite clear that the issue here is that there's, you're open to Turkey, but on the terms on which everybody else is allied and cooperating on the basis of these shared values. But is it not the case also, or is this an important factor? Is Turkey just not too big for an organization like this, that it would become the kind of too dominant within it? Is that a factor at all, or is that not an issue? So who to come back first? Would you like to, Minister?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that Turkey should be placed in the legal framework of how to all work together. I mean, if there is no legal basis and a legal framework, which is, of course, the legal basis is there is the international law, and it's the law of the sea, and we should all respect the rules and regulations. Otherwise, there is a problem, and surely the destabilization of the whole of the area is happening because Turkey is not following these rules of the international law or the UNCLOS, and therefore we've seen what we've seen lately with the Aegean Sea and what's happening. Also violations in the EEZ of Cyprus. So I think there is room for accommodating everybody that respects what we're here to address to, but provided that this legal framework is followed by everybody. Otherwise, we have seen the Turkey nowadays is asking for a two-state solution in Cyprus, which is contrary to any kind of UN Security Council resolutions. They are actually not following international law. They are instrumentalizing the migration issue, which is a huge problem for us over the last couple of years. So yes, we want Turkey to be back on track. We need to find a way out, but we need to, everybody's accepting that there are some engagements that they have to follow. Otherwise, there is no common ground to sit on the table and discuss. So this is actually the situation currently now. So if you ask me my opinion, yes, it is a very difficult situation, and we cannot see how we can find common ground, considering that they are not following the framework that it should be implied for everyone to follow. So by saying this, this is what actually brings us to a dead end, and we are not quite sure how we can proceed.
Thank you. Professor Nagmani, can I ask you to come back?
Yes, thank you. May I add something? I think that the three countries, time and again, and although they cooperate even a lot concerning security issues and military issues, etc., they time and again stress and state that this so-called cooperation, or let's call it for the sake of discussion, Entente, has got nothing to do against Turkey. It is not aimed against Turkey. And time and again, you can find a lot of declarations that this cooperation has got nothing to do against Turkey. This is one thing. And another thing, I believe that adding Turkey to this context is that we are not going to see in the future, let's say, an Entente, Greco-Cypriot Israeli Entente a la NATO. That is to say, we are not going to see Cypriot and Greek soldiers coming to Israel to fight against Israeli enemies, and vice versa. We are not going to see Israelis fighting in the Cypriot conflict. So I believe that from the point of view of adding Turkey to this discussion today, these are two points that should be made clear.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to all of you again, but there is a question here at the back, if we can have a mic. If you could just introduce yourself, please, and ask your question, and direct it to whoever you would like to answer. Thank you.
Good morning, Nikolai Ragakis, president of the American Hellenic Institute in Washington, D.C., and this is for the Defense Minister of Cyprus. Welcome, Mr. Minister. I know the balance of this week you will be in Washington, D.C. having meetings, and I believe it's a historic first for a Defense Minister of Cyprus, so I congratulate you on that. However, as you meet with your interlocutors in Washington, D.C., and as your country is occupied with 43,000 NATO troops, because Turkey is a NATO member, so it's a NATO force occupying an EU country, you've signed agreements with the United States of intent. Victoria Nuland, number 3 of the State Department, recently went there and inaugurated the Cyclops Center, which is very important, and so forth and so on. But yet you are still on the ITAR list. So there seems to be a little bit of, misconfusion here. Can you please tell us how important it is for you, as you have 43,000 troops in the occupied area just a few hundred yards away, and you cannot properly defend yourself as a country by purchasing weapons? How important is it for you to get off this ITAR list, and what is the message you're going to be bringing to Washington?
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yeah, as already said, we had an excellent collaboration over the last year with the US. I think there is a huge progression going on, and that's why tomorrow we're visiting both the Pentagon and the State Department. We are already, as you said, we had Cyclops, IMET, and now ITAR, that we have proceeded with the partially lifting of the arms embargo. So we have taken the opportunity for the second year. This is the second year that we have actually purchased non-lethal weapons. It is a paradox. It is an anachronistic law. We have complied all the rules and regulations that we should comply. And as Senator Menendez said, we have done this proactively before the EU has actually said so, by closing our ports, and not only by actually coherent to all the sanctions of the EU, and we are willing to do anything else that is implied to proceed with the uplift of the embargo, complete uplifts. We need to proceed on with our armament sector and purchase some contemporary weapons that will give us the opportunity to have interoperability, not just with Europe, but with the West. We are heading clearly to the West, and we are expecting this to happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks. Any final questions from the floor? There are. So I'm going to take this very quickly. We're actually at the end of the session. It always goes too fast, unfortunately. So please put your question briefly and say who you'd like to address the question. Thank you.
I hardly hear.
There we go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paola Batelli. I worked traditionally with United Nations, and I worked with the Regional Commission's New York office, which represented the 5 regional commissions, the 5 regions of the world. So working with the UN, I often found that the regional dimension is overlooked at the global level. And I'm wondering how this regional cooperation, trilateral or the 3+1 regional, international, or regional cooperation would be represented somehow at the global level and within multilateral institutions. How would that nexus happen? And I don't know if it's even a pertinent question, but I'm just wondering what the global regional nexus would be. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to take this. There's 3 questions, I think, at least. So I'm going to take them and then ask the panel to respond briefly. There's another gentleman here, right next to the lady who just asked.
So just a very quick question. Basically, right now, the interest in what's going on in Cyprus has been greatly increased because of the invasion in Ukraine. But we need to realize we had a warning already with Crimea. We have another now massive warning with what Putin is doing in Ukraine. The interest needs to be extremely increased because Putin right now is emboldened by the fact that Europe is so heavily dependent on his natural gas. And so my question to really the panel is how do we move forward rapidly to start to diversify, if you will, Europe's dependence on Russia away? So that, for example, Israel becomes a massive exporter to Europe, or Cyprus could do the same, et cetera, and begin to limit Putin's power. Because right now, the European Union is going to say, we're not going to accept oil, but they can't say the same thing about natural gas unless they're willing to turn the lights off. And this is going to continue to be the case today, 10 years from now, as it was 10 years ago, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. And there's a lady here, I think, who had her hand up. Can we have a mic here?
Thank you. My name is Nikki Zavella. I'm a former member of the Greek Parliament and the European Parliament. Gentlemen, a week ago, the European Union announced the new plan for energy in Europe. Everything is changing. Hundreds of billions of euro are going to be invested in new projects. Greece and Cyprus are eligible members that they can have access to these funds and really implement projects. Now, we have other players in the region that they're very important partners, and this is Israel, Egypt, as the senator repeatedly said, and Egypt is a very important player, Algeria and some other Northern European countries. My question is, Mr. Harris, Mr. Menendez, Senator Bergeas, Minister, how would you see to form a kind of a union with a special affiliation relation to the European Union so companies and states around the neighborhood can have access to these funds and know-how, and they can collaborate easily with companies from Greece and Cyprus that they're eligibly members of the EU and they have access to all this. This is the Repower Europe I'm talking about, and it's a big opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to stop now. The questions from the floor. I hope I haven't missed any. Energy. We've got two. Need to go into that in great detail, but please, try to answer the question succinctly. Just in about a minute each, because we're running into the next session. So who would like to start?
Sure. So on the regional question, a body is being formed. It's an East Med gas forum. It's going to, I know state wants it to become an East Med energy forum, and I agree, and that's going to evolve. In terms of the urgency with energy, I actually think that people are moving with urgency. If you look, there was a question before about the East Med pipeline, but the same policy said, let's do more with the Alexandroupolis FSRU, which they have. Let's the Bulgaria-Greece interconnector, the Greece-North Macedonia interconnector, which the Bulgaria-Greece, I think, was just inaugurated. the U.S. finally got a confirmed, finally, because everything moves slowly now, through the Senate, a confirmed DFC head, and he's been quite clear that they are going to incentivize things like the interconnectors. But to connect all this to your question before, is Turkey too big? Mm-hmm. Are you just comparing them to Cyprus, Greece, and Israel? Because Egypt's bigger. Right? If you look at the community of nations and you're thinking, we didn't even mention the initiative between Egypt, Israel, and Saudi Arabia last week. You bring the Abraham Accord countries in there is nobody too big in that, including the United States in that equation. So the question is, do we take these institutions, this matter of urgency, and create a rule of law system and answer decisively? And to your question about Russia, everybody should watch Prime Minister Mitsotakis' speech. He answered the question that Senator Menendez posed before: what kind of world do you want to live in? And I think that's what everybody here has to answer. What kind of world do we want to live in?
Thank you very much, Senator.
Yeah, I'm circling on those comments. I think what we have here is what California has experienced for the last 10 years, is that it desires to lead in alternative energy, and it doesn't realize how dependent it remains on traditional energy. And now we're seeing that at the national level, and frankly at the international level. So frankly, from my standpoint, we have to maintain a diverse network of energies. That includes traditional as well as newly evolved. The idea that, and I think the Biden administration is learning this as a very painful lesson, that you can't just move ahead in one direction when your fundamental weakness is in your flank is revealed. And I think we're seeing commentary out of Greece to that effect as well. At one point in time, I think the Med pipeline was deemed to make its way to the cemetery, and it appears that discussions have been revisited on that very subject. The reason I bring up California is because California tends to lead national policy when it comes to energy, and the mistakes that we make should be learned at the national and international level. But getting to some of the quick question that you posed, the Chinese, through the Belt and Road Initiative for the last number of years, have made very splashy, very influential investments, sometimes debt trap diplomacy, if you will. But for our purposes, we have to maintain a strong capital fund that looks after this, but specifically streamlining EU regulations. Just like it strangleholds California, the Brussels stranglehold is very real. So if Europe is serious about diversifying and expediting energy facilitation, so it can look after its security interests, Brussels needs to change as well, and quickly.
Okay, thank you. Now, I do have to wind up the session because we're running into the next one and our next speaker has to leave. So I'm just going to give Professor just 20 seconds. If there's anything you want to add, literally we can't go into detail. Any final thoughts?
Okay, I believe that you refer to me. Again, I do not see you. But what I want to say is that a lot has been accomplished during the last 10 years, the last decade, between Greece, Turkey, and Israel. And add to this the cooperation with Egypt concerning within the broader context of energy. So a lot has been done, and the speed is rather amazing, because 10 years ago, practically nothing existed. And during the last decade, a lot has been accomplished, and probably we are going to see much more in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us as well. David, any final comment from you? One last final thought.
I think to answer the energy question, the pragmatists in politics are going to have to dominate the purists. And that has not always been the case, especially of late. And especially when there are a number of coalition governments in Europe and elsewhere in which environmental parties are critical to the stability of governments. But we see it here as well. The pragmatists must take over now. There are short-term solutions, there are medium-term prospects, and there are long-term investment strategies. And wise, cool, calm, open-minded heads need to dominate this discussion if we're going to succeed and if we're going to isolate Russia, as we must.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And final thoughts from the Minister?
I think it's evident that now we have to proceed as fast as possible. I think there should be the political will to endorse all the options available and see how to proceed. It's a matter of urgency, and this is what people want. I'm sure that our Minister, Natasa Pilides, will joining you via VTC and will give her own thoughts about the energy issue. Thank you.
Great. So please join me, everybody, in thanking our panel today. It's been a great discussion. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks again. Follow me. Wherever you like. Okay, so this is the lineup for the session. We have Harry Kamian, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy in the US Bureau of Energy Resources in the US State Department, who'll be joining by video connection. And we have Kostas Skrekas, who is the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece, will also be joining by a video connection from the Netherlands. He's in the Netherlands with the Prime Minister, Mitsotakis. We have a video message, which we will play at some point in the proceedings, from Natasa Pilides, the Minister of Energy and Commerce and Industry of Cyprus, and also the President of the EastMed Gas Forum. And Natasha's about to give birth, so she thought it best maybe not to join in person. But we will be definitely hearing from her because she's prepared a special message for us. Then we have Nikki Tsavella, former member of the European Parliament of Greece, who we heard a little earlier asking a question. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Rikard Skoufias, non-executive chairman of Hellenic Hydrocarbon Resources Management Greece. So it's great to have all of you with us, and we're going to hear from, first of all, from Harry Kamian and the Minister. We'll have a bit of a Q&A, and then I will bring you two into the discussion also, and we'll be open to questions from the floor. So let's get started, and let's go to our two speakers. Welcome, Harry Kamian.
Thank you.
I hope you can hear us okay.
I can hear you well, Joan. How about you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, excellent. Yes, thank you very much for taking the time to join our very important discussion today. I believe you're going to give us your thoughts for 5 minutes or so to kick off the discussion.
Great. Thank you very much. And it's an honor and a privilege to participate in the event with such a distinguished group of panelists. And my apologies in advance for not being able to participate in person. Putin's brutal war of choice on Ukraine poses considerable challenges for global energy security. It highlights the need for Europe's energy independence through a clean energy transition and the importance of regional cooperation to meet these challenges. The United States government is actively working with our allies and partners to address these challenges and to support efforts to accelerate the energy transition. This strong U.S. commitment extends to the Eastern Mediterranean region, where we have witnessed how regional cooperation can enhance nations' energy security. Today, I wish to highlight one example of such regional cooperation where the United States government is playing an active role, and that is the 3+1 format. The 3+1 format involving the Republic of Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States is a format that is designed to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Earlier this month, Secretary of State Blinken affirmed the strong U.S. support for the 3+1 format during a virtual foreign ministerial meeting with his counterparts from these countries. There, the foreign ministers reaffirmed their shared commitment and agreed to develop a roadmap with tangible deliverables for the coming year. Energy is one key component of the 3+1. We see the 3+1 format as an important mechanism to advance our mutual interests of energy security through increased regional integration and decarbonization to achieve our climate ambitions. Last year, we hosted the first meeting of the Renewables Energy Working Group, and we look forward to deepening our discussions later this summer. We're also looking forward to our Greek partners hosting discussions on energy infrastructure in June. This is an area where we believe electricity interconnections can bolster the region's energy security. The United States government supports the efforts by the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean to physically interconnect the Eastern Mediterranean energy to Europe. Electricity interconnections to Europe will link Eastern Mediterranean countries to each other and to Europe. It will allow for future exports of electricity produced by renewable energy sources and benefit the nations of the region. In our view, regional cooperation through mechanisms such as the 3+1 are even more critical now in view of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the threat this represents to our collective security, including our energy security. In closing, I wish to reiterate the United States government is strongly committed to working with allies and partners in the Eastern Mediterranean region to meet these challenges and to address our shared energy security needs. Thank you very much, and I look forward to participating in this afternoon's discussion.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're going to go straight now to Kostas Grekas, and then we'll open up to a bit of discussion and conversation. Okay. Okay. All right. The minister is not yet connected, so we'll connect when we can. Maybe this is a moment then to hear from Natasa Pilides, and at least then Mr. Kamian will be able to hear what she's got to say. So maybe we can listen to that video message.
Participants in New York and everyone connected digitally from around the world, a very good afternoon. I would like to begin my short address by thanking the organizers of today's summit, Hazliz and Rilvas, and of course the Economist, for the kind invitation to address today's summit. Although I was unfortunately not able to join in person, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address this prestigious annual event from afar, as it provides an excellent opportunity to join good colleagues and close partners in presenting the crucial role that the East Med can play towards mitigating the effects of the ongoing energy crisis in Europe. Having worked hard over the past few years to build concrete multilateral energy partnerships in the region, Cyprus and our neighboring countries share the belief that we can help the EU in its efforts to phase out its dependency on Russian gas, and at the same time maintain a firm handle on its ambitious response to climate change. Through coordinated and collective action, and with the support of the US, we are confident we can secure for the Union alternative sources and routes so that we can contribute as the East Med Energy Corridor to this huge effort that is currently happening. And that, of course, includes the synergies that are required for viably exploiting both our hydrocarbon and renewable resources in Cyprus and, of course, those in the area. As I have mentioned, the mechanisms to achieve this are already in place. Cyprus's presidency of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, for instance, could facilitate the examination of all possible ways to better monetize the gas resources in the region, having also in mind the importance of the energy transition to a green economy and the need to safeguard this, its momentum. With gas, of course, having a vital role to play as a bridge fuel in achieving our 2030 goals, and of course the big target of net zero emissions by 2050, and as the most environmentally friendly conventional fuel, it definitely will play a part in this transition, as well as in the production of hydrogen, which is also a very important part of our strategy. We can leverage on strategic relationships with Greece, with Israel, with Egypt to engage in discussions to define a plan for alternative energy routes and sources for the needs of the EU. And this can be done by connecting our various gas fields in Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt. We're already looking at specific scenarios of how this can be done, and also finding ways to export to Europe and to encourage the companies active in our respective EEZs to expedite their procedures, particularly in Cyprus. This is something that we very much want to engage in with the companies, and we have had quite a positive response from all of the companies operating within our EEZ, with very constructive discussions to this end. Cyprus does have the potential to export up to about 15 to 20 BCM of gas per year to Europe in the next decade, depending, of course, on the development options of current and future discoveries. In total, between Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt, more than 2,100 BCM have been discovered since the 2009 Tamar discovery. And of these, around 500 BCM are estimated to still be available for exports. It's also important that most of the oil and gas majors active in the East Mediterranean are operating projects in all our EEZs. So this certainly creates the opportunity for synergies that can be exploited towards common infrastructure, but also a sustainable regional gas market. And of course, the role of the EU is crucial, both in facilitating this and also in acting as an important client in the future. Recently, the EastMed has also become much more proactive in pursuing and enhancing goals for the green transition, of course, as part of the Green Deal. Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and Egypt are all progressing with very important RES projects, some of which are common, such as the electricity cable, for example, between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, as well as a second electricity cable between Egypt, Cyprus, and Greece. So in the next 5 to 10 years, regional electricity interconnections could actually become a reality, and that opens up opportunities, huge opportunities for the export of renewable energy to Europe as well. All of the countries involved are committed to making these key infrastructure projects a reality. We have agreed on bilateral, trilateral memoranda of understanding, which map out our next steps. And based on the provisions of these memoranda, we have also proceeded with the formation of technical committees of national experts, which are meeting on a regular basis to ensure that timeframes are being kept, and to also facilitate the licensing processes in the different countries. Dear participants, I will not take up any more of your time. I would like to reiterate the point that geopolitical turmoil caused by the Russian invasion in the Ukraine, as well as the challenges posed by the ongoing pandemic, do present, as unfortunate as they are, of course, do present an opportunity within the EastMed region. However, we need to protect and safeguard the momentum for the green transition and really integrate natural gas into the holistic strategic plan for our transition from fossil fuels to a net zero environment. I believe that we can leverage on the very solid collaboration that we already have to achieve these goals, and that the EU can also benefit from this by having alternative sources of energy from the EastMed. Wishing you all a very successful conference, and hopefully we'll see you in person very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's very good to get the perspective from Cyprus, even if Natasa Pilides couldn't be with us in person. We're going to try again now to connect with Minister Kyriakos. I believe that we're going to try and get a sound connection at the very least, even if we cannot see the minister. So we may not have an image, so let's try once again.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can. Okay. We can indeed hear you. Thanks so much, Minister Kyriakos, for joining us. I know you're really busy on your trip with the Prime Minister in the Netherlands, so it's great to have you. Even if we can't see you, we can hear you. So I will ask you now to make a few opening remarks, and then we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Okay, let me say that indeed it is a very adventurous connection. So I really apologize that I cannot be with you in person, and also I apologize that you cannot see me through my video camera. It's true that currently I'm in the Netherlands in the European People's Party conference, where we are going to vote for the new president. It is the larger political party in Europe, the EPP. So let me thank you again for the invitation. I think that this event is taking place in New York in very difficult and very tough times. We have a devastating war which threatens our society, our civilization. I think that the world is totally different since the beginning of this war, and we cannot be sleepwalkers. We cannot let people taking initiatives that are against our principles, the principles of democracy, of solidarity, of equality, of freedom. So I think that we have to be united in this, in the same direction. This devastating war that has created, of course, humanitarian catastrophe on one hand. On the other hand, has also fed a tremendous energy crisis in Europe, and not only in Europe. So currently we're suffering of huge increases in the prices of natural gas and in the electricity prices in Europe because of the increase in natural gas. So we have to design immediately, we have to take actions, preventive actions. We have to take actions to secure the supply of energy, and we have to take also actions in order to secure and to safeguard affordable prices for the consumers, for the households, especially for the most vulnerable households, but also for the businesses. So the first one, we strongly believe that the basic elements for a really viable energy strategy are three. First, it is energy security and security of supply. The second is the decarbonization of our energy mix. And the third, of course, is the affordable prices. So regarding the first one, let me say that currently in Greece we have taken specific actions in order to secure the supply in natural gas. So we have a regasification facility in Erebithousa near Athens with 7.5 BCM capacity. Let me tell you that Greece's annual demand is around 6.5 BCM. So currently Greece, through our regasification plant and through the TAP pipeline, this pipeline that brings gas from Azerbaijan through Greece to Italy, we are delivering almost 70 to 80% of the Bulgarian demand in natural gas every day. So currently, you know that Russia has totally interrupted the flow of natural gas to Bulgaria. So Bulgaria currently is taking 70 to 80% of its consumption from Greece. In order, of course, this to be even more viable and more sound in the future. We have already planned and we inaugurated a few weeks ago the commencement of the construction of a new FSRU, a floating storage unit, an LNG terminal north of Greece with an additional 5.5 BCM of capacity and a new interconnection pipeline, the IGB, the interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, a pipeline with a 3 BCM capacity is going to be fully operational by the end of next month. So after the completion of those interventions, of those infrastructures, of that infrastructure, we will be able to fully support Bulgaria, and not only Bulgaria, but also northern countries from Bulgaria, even up to Ukraine. The other thing that we're designing here in Greece is the upgrading and the expansion of the electricity interconnections with Bulgaria again. We're doubling our electricity interconnection by the end of this year. With Albania, we are tripling our interconnection, electricity interconnection there. I was there a few days ago by 2030. And of course, we have the electricity interconnection, the submarine cable that will connect Greece with Cyprus, a very ambitious project which is almost ready to start being constructed, and from Cyprus to Israel. And we have another very ambitious interconnection of 3 gigawatt capacity, a submarine cable that will connect Greece with Egypt and will give us the opportunity to import green energy, green electricity energy from Egypt to Greece and from Greece to the northern countries. So that is what we are preparing about the energy security and the security of supplying natural gas in the short term. Of course, we have long-term plans, and that is to, let's say, reduce our dependency from fossil fuels, from natural gas, and thus from the Russian gas. How are we going to do it? By, of course, increasing the penetration of renewables into our energy mix. Let me tell you that the last 3 years in Greece, we have deployed more than 3,500 megawatts of new renewables in Greece. That means that every year, this year, we will build and connect to the grid approximately 2,000 megawatts of new renewables. Let me say that Germany deploys every year 1,400 megawatts in total. So Greece is now has a faster pace than many larger Western European countries. We also plan, in order to be able to receive 70% of our electricity demand from renewables by 2030. Currently, 44% of our electricity demand comes from renewables currently this year. So in 2030, 70% we want to come from renewables. We are expanding our electricity grids. We are planning 8 to 10 billion euro investments for the upgrading of the grids, of the electricity grids. We are also planning to establish 3 to 4 gigawatt of electricity storage, batteries, and hydropumping. And of course, we are planning to deploy 1 gigawatt of hydrogen electrolyzers. So renewables plus biomethane plus hydrogen will give us the opportunity to reduce dramatically the dependence from natural gas, which we currently import by 100%, and 50% of that comes from Russia. And of course, offshore wind is in our plans, and energy saving. The cheapest and the cleanest energy is the energy that we don't consume. So currently we're implementing a very ambitious renovate wave. We're going to upgrade 600,000 buildings by 2030, and we are going to reduce by 30% our energy consumption by 2030 through the energy upgrading of the buildings, through the promotion of electromobility, and of course, we have to change also our everyday behavior and culture. And this is something also that we promote. So thank you, and I leave some more time for questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So are you able to stay with us until 3 o'clock or something like that? 3:00?
Yes, of course.
Yes, excellent. Okay. So I guess I'm going to throw out some questions. You may want to respond, my two panelists here, to some of them. Just because I think they have to leave in 10 minutes, I'm going to ask a few questions and then ask you to give your remarks after that. So I guess the first question for both our speakers, Mr. Kamian and Minister Skrekas, is how realistic this transition is going to be. Now, first of all, about LNG and the role of LNG. That's particularly, a question for Mr. Kamian, because here there is a question of, how quickly LNG can actually play an important role in substituting for Europe's dependency on Russian gas, and at what price as well that will happen. So that's really a question, given the lack of infrastructure in Europe as a whole. Greece is much better placed and therefore is in a position where it can provide some solutions to this problem. But are the expectations around LNG realistic ones? And the second one is, how is it possible to incentivize private investors to invest in gas, this transition fuel, if the EU is committed to phasing out gas by the 2030s? And the targets have just been made even more ambitious. So there's a kind of a bit of a dilemma there. So maybe I can ask you first to come back on those questions, because I'm sure the two people sitting with me here in this room have something to say about that as well. So first of all, can I ask Mr. Kamian to come back and talk about LNG?
Yeah, John, thank you very much. I'd be happy to. As you and other colleagues there may have seen, in March, the president made a very strong announcement regarding the U.S. commitment to working with EU to help them address their short-term energy needs, including with regards to gas. Through a series of steps, quiet diplomatic engagement, and some close cooperation that we've done with the private sector, we have been able to successfully help our European colleagues address some of the short-term needs. We've also been doing what we can domestically here to support efforts to help American LNG exporters get as much product as they can on the market, while recognizing that there ultimately is going to be a limited amount of supply. I'll defer to the Greek minister to answer the question about the Europeans, but I would just say that the strong U.S. commitment that we have to helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas and meeting their short-term needs with regard to gas doesn't mean that we're no longer committed to the accelerated energy transition. On the contrary, I think you can argue, and many people have made this point, including the minister from Greece, as well as our colleague from Cyprus, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine really highlights the importance to which we all must attach to accelerating the transition to a green economy and renewables, because that's going to ultimately be the single greatest source of our strength. Let me stop there and
Thank you.
Turn it over to the minister.
Thank you. And so, over to you, Minister Skrekas.
Okay, let me say that for sure, natural gas, first of all, is going to be with us for the next 15, 20, maybe more years, because it is a transitional fuel, because the gas power plants are very flexible, so they can help us increasing the penetration of renewables into our energy mix. Let me say also that here in Greece, we have still some few lignite power plants left that we're going to totally phase out by 2028. So we're going to replace the capacity from coal with natural gas power plants. So in fact, our national plan for energy and climate has estimates that we're going to have more or less the same consumption of natural gas by 2030, maybe a little bit later. And then the natural gas consumption is going to gradually drop until 2050, when we want to be carbon neutral. So natural gas is going to be with us. Let me also say a few data which are quite interesting. A few years ago, we were importing 70%, maybe more, 80% of our consumption from Russia. And we had no imports of LNG from the US. Last year, we managed, in the first month of 2022, we have managed to reduce imports from Russia below 50% of the country's demand. And so we have, we're importing LNG cargos that cover almost 50 to 55% of our demand, and 40% of those LNG cargos are coming from the US. So you can see how fast the world has changed and has in the last 2 or 3 years. And this is going to change even at a faster pace after the war, because as I told you, now we are facing a totally different world. We want by the end of next year to be totally independent from Russian gas. That means that we will increase, of course, the import of LNG. And of course, a lot of this is going to come from the US. Now, what we have to do is we have to proceed to joint purchases with other member states or other countries of our region, northeast, southeast of Europe, in order to achieve better prices, lower prices with medium and long-term contracts. So this is our main aim. Of course, we need the necessary infrastructure. We are going to, as I told you, by the end of 2023, we're going to have a second regasification capacity, an offshore LNG terminal north of Greece. We have another one really mature south of Greece, near Athens, with an additional capacity of 5.5 BCMs. So we can indeed export more than 10 to 12 BCMs to the countries which are northern Greece. And of course, the fields that currently exist in the southeast Mediterranean area, of course, can be utilized in order to support us and give us opportunity to diversify from Russian gas and achieve finally the security of supply that we need.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to bring in our two other panelists now and ask them to respond to anything they've heard already and to give their own views on the kind of important questions facing the region. So first, yes, Nikki Savella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Nectaria, for the kind invitation, indeed. Coming back to what was said before, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine has changed the whole energy sector. This is historical. People that deal with energy, they have to know that everything changes. Now, I come back to the LNG question that was said before. America was not an exporting country, so they don't have the necessary infrastructure to export LNG. One problem is this. The other problem is that we are not sure that America can supply the necessary amount of LNG for Europe since they stopped the Keystone XL pipeline. America is producing gas, and this gives them a very good price for domestic heavy industry. starting to export to Europe, it will create a problem. And Europe is not sure that America can cover what we need. So I see a problem with LNG coming from America. Besides, Europe is not ready with infrastructure to import LNG. So my proposal and what I see for the future is that the best thing is the FSRUs, these units that they can gasify gas. They have not, high cost of investment, and they are flexible in prices because the market is going to float, from now on. Egypt is going to play a very key role in the area because they're moving with FSRUs. Will gas remain in the European market? My speech is on the REPowerEU, the new plan for energy in Europe. This came out 10 days ago. On this, there are two goals: decoupling from Russian fossil fuels, and combating climate crisis. Europe sticks to green economy. So what do we do with gas? Because you will see in the REPower Europe that they stick to green economy even in infrastructure. So will gas stay there? Minister Skreka said it will stay for 15 to 20 years. It will stay for 30 to 40 years. If it is to stay for 15 to 20 years, nobody's going to invest on this because it's heavy investment and nobody's going to put all this money. If Europe wants, to go fast, they have to take into consideration that gas will stay as a transitional energy mixture for at least 30 years.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to let the first two speakers come back in a minute, but first let's hear from Ricard.
Well, I think my observation is that the conversation that we are having today about gas is a better conversation than we have had for a long time. For quite some while, this conversation has had a tendency to be very binary. Is this the silver bullet? Is that the silver bullet? Is it going to be all renewables? Is it going to be gas? Gas is a tricky one because it sits in the middle. It is a hydrocarbon, but it's comparatively very clean hydrocarbon. I think what we're seeing today, driven by a number of developments, is that we're starting to get the necessary nuance in this conversation. And I think with that comes also the realization that actually I don't see much of a difference between the policymakers in the industry with respect to the end game. Of course, we need to get to a more sustainable, low-carbon future. Of course, we need to accelerate the energy transition. We know this. This is an existential threat that we're facing. Where the conversation needs to go now is how do we pragmatically get to that point in the fastest way possible? And I think that there is an increasing realization that gas is essential to get us to that result. Then there is plenty of studies. I saw McKinsey came out with a study only recently where they said actually the global peak of the gas market is going to be about 2037. Then you will see a slow decline of 0.4% until 2050. But basically what this tells us is that we are increasing gas, and then we will have the same level until 2050. In the countries in the Balkan region, there is a lot of countries who are looking at expanding gas in the energy mix, including Greece, because they want to wean themselves off dependency, and they want to get away from traditional coal. So I think gas is absolutely here to stay. What is incumbent on us in the industry is to figure out a way, how do we actually monetize that in a way that safeguards the equitable transition, because we need to think about cost. It is reality. We need to think about energy security, but of course doing that in a way that is also accelerating the end result of that green transition.
Great. So we can carry on this conversation in the room because Mr. Kamian and Minister Skrekos have left now, the connection. And I think this is the conversation that we do want to have. Do you want to come back, Nikki, on what you just heard?
Because we have some extra things to say.
Joan? Hey, Joan, it's Harry.
Oh, hi. You are still here.
I've got a couple minutes before I got to go, but if I wanted to just come in on a couple of the comments that our colleagues mentioned before dropping, if that's okay with you all.
Absolutely, yeah. I thought you'd gone. We thought you'd gone.
I just found the comments by our two panelists quite thoughtful, and maybe just a couple points to add to that. You know, in the discussions that we've been having with our European colleagues in the run-up to, and particularly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's been clear that our European colleagues, including those in the Eastern Mediterranean, have identified gas as playing an important role now, as well as during the energy transition. And I think that's a role that we recognize and appreciate. And I think when you take a look at the strong commitment that the president made in helping Europe address its short-term needs to help reduce its dependence on Russia, that's embodied in that. I think secondly, we also recognize that gas in of itself will not be sufficient, and that we need to work with colleagues around the world, including the Eastern Mediterranean, to diversify, including away from gas over the long run in order to address our needs. And I think this is a point where I would really like to highlight a thoughtful point that both the minister from Greece as well as Cyprus made about the important role that the electricity interconnectors are playing, not just in terms of regional cooperation, but the recognition that the leaders and the people of the Eastern Mediterranean have of the long-term benefit that those interconnectors are going to play, not just in terms of reducing our collective reliance on fossil fuels, but more importantly, strengthening our respective interdependence, avoiding a scenario where countries are overly reliant on one supplier, and ultimately producing the type of energy that our economies will need to grow over the long run and ultimately achieve some of the climate goals. But Joan, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. My apologies for needing to drop off, but I just wanted to come in and echo some of the thoughts that I just heard. But thank you very much, appreciate it.
No, thank you, thank you. I'm very glad that you did stay and come back on those points. You know, it was really great to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time, for joining the discussion today, and we'll be having it, I'm sure, for the next few years, so hope to speak to you again. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, I am going to give you some more time to say what you want to say, and I also want to ask the audience if there's any questions as well, and you can come back on those when you give your remarks. So, a question here. Have we got a mic?
Hi, I'm Dan Alpert from Westwood Capital. If Ricard is correct, and we can now, we're now moving beyond a binary discussion, and maybe in polite company we can even talk about things like the East Med pipeline. Is it possible, and if we're really going to start to talk about 30 or 40-year time frames, is it possible to move forward a discussion of a pipeline of some sort, whether it's the original East Med construct or something else, to bring in Eastern Mediterranean gas on a parallel track with the electric interconnectors, so that we, because this is a political issue at the end of the day, and is it possible to sort of apply a political salve to this by advancing both on a parallel track?
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to bring both of you back in. You don't have to respond immediately to that question, but if you want to. Yeah? Ricard?
Well, So let me do this. That's a really good question. So let me take that opportunity and sort of weave this into a little bit of my points to try to bring it all together. Because I think that is exactly the kind of questions that need to be asked. How does this bring together? So I would say this. So if we, for the sake of argument, agree that this cannot be a binary conversation, there is also definitely a role for gas to play. Now, of course, wearing my Greek hat, I would say, well, then Greece is one of the countries in the region that has not really sort of made the efforts to monetize its gas assets yet. And we are talking about potentially significant assets. It's hard to put a number on it, but if we're looking at market values, we're talking about hundreds of billions of gas. Now, today, given everything that is going on, both in terms of the geopolitical situation, but as well how we're progressing the transition agenda and the green agenda, it's pretty obvious that we need to reevaluate in Europe how do we actually address these gas resources. And that is, of course, what the Greek Prime Minister did. The Greek Prime Minister in mid-April actually announced that Greece is now firmly committed to accelerate the exploration and the monetization of the country's gas resources. And he also declared this to be a national strategic priority. Now, that announcement was, of course, preceded by quite a lot of in-depth analysis between HHRM, the organization that I represent, and here today with my CEO as well as the Prime Minister's office and the ministry. And it's actually gone quite far already. So already in January and February, and I emphasize those days because they were, of course, preceding the Russian attack on Ukraine. We actually concluded 2 seismic studies already in the Ionian Sea. Now we need to see where that results, but that brings me to your question, sir. What about the infrastructure? There's been a lot of discussion about the infrastructure. Well, those of you who have known me for a while know that infrastructure is very close to my heart. I used to lead the development of the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline infrastructure as well. And as I came into that, there was an awful lot of speculation about this is not going to happen, this is going to happen, this cannot happen. That is my answer to the question of this specific pipeline as well. Pipeline infrastructure brings supply and demand together. We understand now that the demand side of the equation is changing, and we are accepting that the demand side of the equation is changing. We're working very actively with both national and international partners to address the supply side by exploiting the country's own natural resources. Then the debate is, how do we bring that to market? And I think the discussion about that particular pipeline and other particular pipelines, frankly, that doesn't excite me that much, because when we get to the point, we will find a solution to bring this gas to the market. And that could be the old constellation, the new constellation, but I think it's important to not lose track of that aspect. So I think the answer is, when we get to the point that we need to develop that infrastructure, we will develop that infrastructure. And yes, of course, that infrastructure will run in parallel to a lot of other infrastructure, be that electricity infrastructure and renewable infrastructure, because as I wanted to start off with, I think we're getting to the realization that we don't need this or that, but in order for this to be a successful transition, we need all of it.
Okay, thanks. So we've got about 5 minutes left. So, Nikki, what
I
do you want to...
I would like to say a few words about the new European strategy, because it changes everything. Even the pipelines we're talking, they're up in the air. We don't know whether they will be built or not. The repowered Europe sticks on the green economy. Let me go back before I talk about, we talk about Europe because this is the market for the three countries we are talking. Two of them are members of the European Union, so they have to comply with the rules. And Israel is looking to Europe as a market to export. So we have to see what Europe says. Europe says, I stick to green economy. Every transportation network I'm going to build from now on, it will be retrofitted. It has to be changed. If it is for gas, short time, and it will be retrofitted into carrying, transporting renewable energy. The plan is the following. When we have, a huge pool of projects and something, the goal is there and we have to reach the goal, we need the capital. The capital, it was announced, it will be 210 billion euro that will be allocated to this new plan I'm talking now. 100 billion euro is already being allocated and it's running into the recovery fund that Europe established to cover all the damages from the coronavirus. So we have 310 billion euro that will be allocated, provided for new infrastructure, new technology. We are looking for new products that will minimize energy consumption, new technology in green economy. Gas is there, but the way I interpret it is short term. Now, we have to take another factor into consideration. We need the capital, we need the legislation. The European Union is changing the legislation. The legislation now, within these 2 months, to make it easier for the players so they can move in and invest. There is the EU-US task force, energy task force, that they are discussing amendments on mutual legislation so they can encourage investment from both sides. These 2 months are crucial. For the ones that they want to invest, they have to turn to these bodies and propose legislation that will help investment. And then we go to the infrastructure. The infrastructure that comes out from the Repower Europe refers to renewables and how we will transport the renewables. Hydrogen seems to take the leading role in this transformation and transition. This is an ambitious plan, but it's going to be implemented. If you're interested in this area, the next 2 months are very crucial for your proposals and whatever. There are the necessary, the eligible bodies from the American side and the European side. The private sector is invited to participate, advising, consulting, etc. And keep in mind that hydrogen seems to be booming in every sector, My closing up, my personal opinion is, this is very ambitious. We cannot end dependency on Russian fossil fuels, unfortunately, very fast. It will be a bumpy way till we find the solution and be self-efficient.
Thanks very much. We are running 15 minutes late, and I know we have to be out of this room definitely before 6 o'clock. So, I'm going to give you 20 seconds, Ricard, just for one point, because we've got a green energy green transition session after the next one, which is on innovation and technology. So we can come back to some of these discussions. But is there one final point? Literally 20 seconds.
Literally 20 seconds. Okay, it's great that we have the plans. There's an old expression saying, no plan withstands contact with the enemy. It's difficult to plan what's going to happen 50 years in advance. So what I would say is, of course we need to have the plan, we need to have the regulation, but we also need to allow for a lot of innovation, because this is how we have managed to build the green side of this equation. Now we also need that innovation to be allowed on the other side and the commercial side. So my last 10 seconds, I'll emphasize that, again, there is no dichotomy here. The two seismic studies I spoke about before, we sat down with the companies and we said, we know that there's concerns about hydrocarbons, but we also see the upside. We need to make sure that we do this to really the highest environmental, energy, and socioeconomic standards. There is no pushback. People understand where we need to get to. So let's also make sure as we do this planning that we allow unleashing all this innovation, because I'm absolutely convinced that's how we get there fastest.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks both of you. And thanks to all our speakers from this panel.
Thank you, Nikki.
I'm going to move swiftly, given the time constraints. Thanks,
Thank you.
Nikki. Thanks, Ricardo. We're going to move on to innovation and technology. Let me get out of your way and mind the water bottle.
My little sleeping, so I have to walk slowly.
Oh, okay, I can help you. Okay, innovation and technology on an upward swing is the question. We have 6 speakers, and I'd like to invite all of them onto the stage. And I see Leos Amar is already with us, the CEO and founder of Travaxia Accessible Travel Solutions from Israel. But let me invite Kyriakos Kokkinos, Deputy Minister to the Research, Innovation and Digital Policy of Cyprus. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Please have a seat. Next up, Mikhail Bletsas, Research Scientist, Director of Computing at MIT Media Lab. Welcome. We've spoken before. Great to have you with us again. Daniel G. Cohen, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Cohen and Company. Please join me on the stage. And we have Philippos Soselos, CEO and Chairman of PwC Cyprus. And Michael Tsanas, Partner, Optimality Fund, Co-founder and former Chairman, Akisonis. Welcome.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. Have a seat. Okay. So we've got a stellar lineup to speak about innovation and technology. We're going to stick to our 5 minutes, all of us, so that we do have time for questions and discussion. So let's get started with Mr. Kokkinos, Deputy Minister to the President for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Cyprus.
All right. Innovation. Innovation happens by necessity. It doesn't happen because it's just a buzzword. And in these difficult times, challenging times that we are confronted with, not just the Ukraine war or the energy crisis, but because of other challenges like, for example, aging of population or other challenges, I believe that now is more important than ever to see how we institutionalize at national level and we encourage and promote collaboration, at least at the regional level. And this is the purpose of this meeting of today, how we explore the synergies between our geographies for joining forces. I believe that there is so complementary work that can be done. For example, Israel, which is just 20 minutes flight from Cyprus, is a startup nation. So they are very good on commercializing research. They are so good in innovative entrepreneurship. In our countries like Cyprus and Greece, we see a lot of intellectual capital, excellent research quality, but we are not so good on commercialization of our ideas. So collaborating and cross-fertilization of resources, intellectual capital between the three countries is crucial for moving forward and challenges. The value add for Israel through this collaboration, it's also important to be understood and it's already happening. Cyprus and Greece as member states have can provide access to European Union, but also Middle East and the North Africa region. So it's a good collaboration model. There are more things to say about it, but we will come to it later.
Okay, well, that's a great point to start with, I think. So next, Mikhail Bletsas.
So all three countries share one characteristic, I think, and that is resiliency. And resilience is something that will be crucial in the future because we see what's going on, and this is not going to go away anytime soon. Where Israel can teach the other two a lot of lessons is when it comes to innovation, commercializing innovation. But I don't think we are getting the right lessons from it. Let's go back a little bit to the US in the 60s and in the foundation of ARPA. In every technologically advanced economy, defense plays a big role in commercializing innovation. That's where innovation, commercialization starts. Israel had to do it by necessity. We thought we had the luxury of not doing it by necessity. Our neighbors reminded us that we do have that necessity, and actually we are obliged by our law to spend money in defense R&D. We have our own Greek law that says we have to spend 1% of our procurement budget in R&D, and there is a European law treaty that we have signed that says we have to spend 2%. Of course, when you get through the crisis that we just went through, it is very easy to forget about these obligations, but I strongly believe that more formalizing actually defense R&D and looking into dual purpose defense R&D as DARPA did in the 80s and the 90s is the way to go for Greece because you have a customer also. What is very important is to have a customer. The Israelis have managed to do it by selling technology to bigger companies in the US and having the US companies establish subsidiaries. In Israel, there is no way to be in chip design and not having some part of the design done in Israel these days. We have to look into this kind of things. And as a country, we also have to make some really hard strategic decisions. We cannot remain a developed country based on tourism. There is no way to do that. There is not enough value added, no matter what we do. We have to get into higher value activities, and the time to do it is yesterday. It's not even now. So hopefully this crisis, this continuing crisis, will breed some opportunities and will move towards that direction. I look forward to the day where Israelis are coming to Greece to buy defense technology, and Greeks are going to Israel to build hotels. It will be a much better world for everybody.
Well, the Greeks are coming to Israel to build hotels. I also look forward to the Israelis coming to Greece to buy defense technology. Today, I can just share our own experience. I'm the chairman of Cohen and Company, but also the managing partner of FinTech Masala, which invests in companies all across the world. particularly though I'll give you my experience in the Eastern Mediterranean, where every year my father, since 1962, when he was a fellow at the American School of Classical Studies, has been going back to Athens and Greece, and we've been fortunate enough to do the same, except for the one pandemic year. And Israel, where today we're able to go, and frankly, Tel Aviv is the only place investing in technology companies besides San Francisco and maybe New York City, where you can spend a full week having meetings every hour and a half with people. The infrastructure is very much there. The technology, the training in the advanced military units and the advanced intelligence units gives a special flavor to data analysis that everybody can do in Israel. And frankly, I've never seen a country where your average, it must be a subject in the first grade, product market fit, along with the ABCs or Aleph Bet that you learn as a young Israeli to product market fit. It would be, now the area has great synergies, and in fact Cyprus has benefited somewhat in financial technology and has been a heart of really some of the strong Israeli financial technology companies that have grown in Cyprus. It would be fantastic with the Eastern Mediterranean, these three countries having so much in common and easy to get along with each other, that it would be fantastic if that could expand over the entire Eastern Mediterranean. So I look forward to the day when I spend 3 days in Athens and 2 days in Thessaloniki looking at technology companies as well.
Great, thanks.
Yes to
that. Next, Philippos Saselas, CEO and Chairman of PwC.
Yes, I mean, I'm
in Cyprus.
Not global yet. Yeah. So, I mean, I have to first acknowledge this amazing collaboration spirit that exists in this conference and this exciting 3+1 partnership model that we have been talking about. And within that, my intervention today really will focus on three key messages. The one is that something interesting and worth paying attention to is happening to Cyprus right now, because Cyprus is emerging as an exciting tech hub supported by a robust national long-term economic growth strategy. The second message is that the Cyprus economy has proven yet again to be resilient and has been using this resilience to accelerate its transformation towards new sources of growth, very much looking west in the region, but also west. And the third message is that this accelerated pace of change that we have been experiencing the last few years clearly demands greater innovation, better leadership, but also bolder collaboration amongst businesses like myself, amongst within the government, amongst countries, and also in the region as we've been describing it today. So let me very quickly focus on the Cyprus economy. Some highlights, I think some data will be covered later on, but Cyprus managed to bounce back on a recovery in 2021 last year from what it lost in 2020. The growth prospects ahead are quite healthy. This year, despite the overall economic impact of the war in Ukraine, the economy is demonstrating that it is far less reliant on business with Russia than a lot of people expected. And it's doing well under the circumstances. We see tourism to be up from last year, despite the fact that we're losing pretty much the second tourist origin base, which is Russians, after the UK. Also, the banks are almost completely normalized after the 2013 banking crisis, with NPLs down to single digits. Real estate is holding up quite well, benefiting from an influx of businesses in the tech and other sectors in Cyprus, relocating business and their employees. And again, showing how a small economy can very quickly actually come back because of its small size. And most global rating agencies maintain Cyprus at investment grade with a positive or stable outlook. Now, the point that we need resilience and we need competitiveness is actually a story that for Cyprus and as PwC, I can confirm that we're very proud that we have been conducting a study with EU funding on the long-term economic growth strategy of Cyprus and we have engaged in a very participatory way all the stakeholders in the economy. And what has come out of this study is that Cyprus now has a very clear vision 2035. And as part of that vision 2035, there are three pillars. The one pillar is that we want Cyprus to be a business hub for businesses, and we're looking for sectors like ICT and funds that will be covered later on in shipping. Tech hub is another pillar to be high-tech capital of Europe and also to be a leader in sustainability. The vision statement is that Cyprus is to be one of the world's best countries to live, to work, and to do business in. And we have all the characteristics for that. So what we're experiencing right now is that for the tech hub, we see digital talent to be moving around in the region as a result of the geopolitical situation that is happening. And Cyprus is well positioned for that global shift. We observe a welcome alignment between government, politicians, and businesses in supporting of that environment for a tech hub for Cyprus. Modern tech hubs are less reliant to heavy infrastructure than in the past, and now they require more softer factors like enabling immigration policies, personal and corporate tax, intellectual property frameworks, transparent legal environment, efficient state. And we have been introducing as Cyprus quite a lot of incentives across all these enabling factors, and combined with the attractive social and lifestyle benefits of being in Cyprus, that creates an overall strong case. And the collaboration with Israel and the experience that Israel has as a startup nation creates a compelling possibility for attracting more businesses. Already we have more than 250 tech companies in Cyprus employing more than 20 to 23,000 employees in Cyprus, and more people are coming. So a quick point that I wanted to also make was these changes in this new world, the speed of decision making that it was mentioned, the pace of execution is becoming a clear source of competitive advantage. So we need cultures that are built around innovation, around trust, new forms of collaboration. The collaboration is cutting across countries and public sector, private sector. In PwC, we've built an experience center where we promote co-creation amongst different stakeholders in an innovative way. And already we have hosted a lot of initiatives between public sector and private sector in Cyprus, and that is part of our vision for the future. And I want to acknowledge the bilateral and trilateral agreements that already exist between our three countries that we're covering in this conference. And clearly, just to finish, I really strongly feel that, going back to my three key messages, what Cyprus is emerging as an exciting tech hub. The geopolitical situation is helping Cyprus having a clear vision to propel forward with its transition as an economy. And thirdly, we clearly need innovative thinking, strategic leadership, and the paradigm shift of how we collaborate, we play together, and we create value amongst us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Michael Tsanis, partner, Optimality Fund, co-founder and former chairman, Kokkinos. Welcome.
You, good evening, everybody. So a little bit of context first. My role in life has been as an entrepreneur and a builder of companies, small companies. I did that successfully in the United States in the 90s and 2000s with a tech company that we managed to take public on NASDAQ. And then in the last 10 years, I was able to do that with a team, not by myself, the team I was involved in was able to do that with a company that was primarily in Greece. And so I've seen this trajectory of taking core technology, building a team, finding product market fit, commercializing, and creating some sort of value through an exit of one sort or another for all the stakeholders involved, the employees, the management team, the investors. And I've seen it happen in the US, and I've now seen it happen in Greece. And I can say that it's exactly the same. And this is, I think, an important message for entrepreneurs in Greece, for people who are thinking of investing in Greece, for corporations who are thinking about participating in the Greek market in whatever way, hopefully by establishing a presence in Greece. My experience was that you're dealing with people. There are still challenges. It was a long road in both cases. A lot of endurance was required. But what we were able to do in the United States, we were also able to do in Greece. And I think it's a very important thing for Greek culture to understand. One of the earlier speakers talked about how Israel has a very strong entrepreneurship and innovation culture. And that's 100% true. And we're in a panel here, and the entire conference is about this region, which is Israel, Greece, and Cyprus. Israel's in a completely different world when it comes to different class, when it comes to innovation and startups and building successful companies. Greece and Cyprus are far behind that. But the fact of the matter is that one of the keys there, I believe, is that meritocracy, which is a very fundamental part of US life, needs to be something that is appreciated and understood elsewhere. And I believe that in Greece, I don't think it was always there. I think now it is starting to emerge as something that people can rely on. And if you're going to work hard and you're going to push your way through, you will actually be rewarded. Whether you're in Silicon Valley or Austin or London or Athens or Patras. So a few more scattered thoughts, because I think I enjoy the questions more than anything in the panels I was listening to, so I'll try to get to those quickly. One of the questions was, for our panel, is how do we reinforce the region as a tech hub? I think if you look at Greece as an investor would look at an opportunity, what is it that Greece presents that's different than other parts of the world? And I'll focus on Greece because it's what I understand better. I think Cyprus can get tucked into this general discussion. Israel, I don't know much about to be able to make any comments. What Greece certainly has is an early stage opportunity. If you're an investor and you're looking for something that's really early, it's Greece. And if you feel like there's opportunity in globalization of technology development, Greece is certainly early in its stage of that sort of thing. So there's an opportunity. I think the culture is strong, the ambition is strong. I think we can take a lot away from what we've seen happen in Israel, and people can, in their minds, apply it logically to also be a possibility, a potential, a likelihood in Greece and in Cyprus. There are some things that Israel has done very well that we can certainly learn from. Mikhail Blitz has touched on the combination of defense funding and R&D funding. That is something that Israel and the United States have done very well that I think Greece could improve on. As an investor, again, looking at Greece as an opportunity, I would certainly encourage you to apply the same metrics you apply anywhere in the world, whether you're looking at a company in California or you're looking at a company in Greece. You can apply the same desires as what you're looking for as an investor. You will find companies in Greece that can meet those desires, that can tick off the boxes you're looking for. You don't have to lower your standards. You don't have to make it a charitable investment. It can be a robust, legitimate investment. My last topic is, which I'll touch on, which relates also to looking at Greece as an investment opportunity. One of the other bullet points in this panel was working hand in hand, the government, business, and citizens working hand in hand. There's been some initiatives, and I believe this is true, it might even be unique of Greece and Cyprus, agriculturally, from a defense perspective, from a cultural perspective. You have a very diverse and yet very compact location. And using this as a test bed of technologies, of products, of services is with a single government that's overseeing what you're doing and is certainly open and encouraging investment from foreigners, I think is a real opportunity. There's a fund in Greece called the Festos 5G Investment Fund that was formed when the Greek government sold 5G spectrum. They took a portion of the proceeds from the sale and they formed a venture fund. And this venture fund not only invests in companies with money, but also gives them access to 5G spectrum in Greece. So you have Greece as a test bed where you, if you have a product, you have an application, you have a technology that you want to try on 5G, you can actually come to Greece and run a live test on real spectrum in a real place. I think there are other opportunities where Greece could take that initiative and provide value, both as a place where innovative technology can emerge more quickly, and also as a place where investors can see additional value investing in that particular place. And with that, I'll stop.
Thanks very much indeed. So I'm really pleased now that we've got a case study from Startup Nation, Israel. And we have Leos Amar, CEO and founder of Trabaxi Accessible Travel Solutions. This company is the winner of the UNWTO Sustainable Development Goals Global Startup Competition. So tell us all about that.
Thank you. Presentation, please. Let's take a journey together. Imagine that you're doing the booking of your next holiday. You've gone online, you booked your holiday, and you're ready to go. It's the big day. You packed your bags, you're disconnecting from the familiar and the known, from your daily routine, and you land with excitement and anticipation, brought on by reading Welcome in a different language. In the taxi, on your way to your hotel, you see the bars and restaurants, you hear the music, and it fills you with anticipation. Then the taxi stops. You arrive at the hotel entrance, and what do you see? A red carpet? I see that I can't enter. There are 5 steps at the entrance without a ramp. I am instantly denied of my independence during my holiday. My holiday from a dream became a nightmare. This is what we're dealing with when we travel, barriers and stress. My dream is to create a reality where all assisted travelers, seniors and disabled, can travel all around the world without being constantly reminded of their disability. My name is Leo Zamar. I was injured during my army service. I am a former Paralympian swimmer, represented my country at the Beijing Paralympic Games, and one of the top swimmers in the world in my category. I am married to Natalie and a father to 6-year-old Amit. Now, I'm sure that you may have had nightmare travel experiences, but for us it's the norm. Let me give you a few examples and a glimpse of how complex it can be. Shockingly, there isn't one standard for an accessible room in the world, and each room looks different. This sets travel agencies up for failure, as they may see an accessible room and book it, thinking that it's suitable. But in reality, most accessible rooms don't fit most disabilities, and we usually discover that when we check in. Travelers inevitably decide to travel to the same destinations over and over again in order to reduce their barriers while traveling. Here, for example, you can see a pretty nice hotel room. I see a bed that I can't get onto. Or here, I can see inadequate clearance and wonder if I can get to the back of the room. Or inadequate space to perform a 360-degree turn. When we talk about disabilities, we usually think of a wheelchair. But there are more impairments than that. For example, the hearing impairment needs a light to indicate a knock on the door. Or a TV-based room service calling, as opposed to using the phone. These are complete game changers. My dream is to create a reality where all travel agencies can book a holiday for assisted travelers, seniors and the disabled. A dream where assisted travelers will go on a holiday and from the booking process till the returning home won't be constantly reminded of their disability. A dream where a holiday is a holiday for everyone, always. We're talking about the biggest and fastest growing minority in the world. There are 1.2 billion people in the world which are disabled. 650 million out of them lives in developed countries. Let me tell you that before the COVID pandemic in 2019, only in Europe and the US market alone, this market was valued at $70 billion annually. The market presents a huge opportunity. It was historically viewed as a less appealing market or a doing good market, but that's not the case. The business opportunity here is incredible. These are two old segments, travel and assisted travelers. To date, other companies have tried to solve this problem from a different perspective, from the end customer side or the B2C side. So what is so innovative about us? A two-way perceptual change. Industry to the assisted traveler and the assisted traveler to the industry. We at Travaxi took it from a more holistic approach, addressing the problem upstream and enabling travel agencies, hotels, and airlines to better service their customers. The innovation is that Travaxi transforms every travel agency or provider to an accessibility expert instantly. Our algorithms know to offer the most suitable room to any disability based on our unique data sets that are one of a kind. Travaxi is also tackling the problem with technology, an AI ML-based solution to fine-tune the data, triple information check from the hotels to the end customer side. Our data is being gathered from two different sources. Digital survey filled by Travaxi and hotels and contains more than 90 accessibility parameters. In addition, travelers rate their satisfaction while visiting the hotels, and with the help of Travaxi's unique information and the wisdom of the crowd, travelers receive a personalized recommendation based on our machine learning tool. I am very proud of our achievements to date, including the validation of leading organizations worldwide. Travaxi has won the largest competitions in the world and received the stamp from the biggest competition among them, the UN SDGs. Out of 10,000 startups in 138 countries, we won in the category of reducing inequalities. Travaxi also got the acknowledgement from the biggest global distribution system in the world, Amadeus. I would like to thank Israel, the first airline to join our customer base. With Travaxi, any travel provider can become an accessibility expert instantly, thanks to our unique technologies. I took it upon myself as a mission, but it's not just my responsibility, it's the responsibility of all of us. I invite you to join me and take part in reducing the gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations. So we have some time now. We have at least 10 minutes, maybe 12, for some discussion and questions. So if you have a question in the audience, please raise your hand and I will take you. I can wait. My first question, first of all, I want you to respond to things that you've heard from others, because there were some quite novel ideas raised by various people. I wanted to ask you, first of all, what is happening with this tech sell-off in 2022? After a very good 2021, big losses are being sustained, and it seems that investors are actually turning to other sectors, tangible assets, energy, obviously real estate and so on, which, given the inflation environment and other things that are happening, I guess is understandable. But is this something that you're worried about, that we might see some kind of broader backlash there or not?
Yeah.
Or is it nothing to be concerned about?
No, I mean, I was saying to another investor today, because we're working on a project in financial, building a second generation or fourth generation digital bank, that, they said to me, they're a more traditional investor, they said, hasn't the technology market fallen out? I said, well, in the late stage technology, it's like your upstairs neighbor had 3 feet of water in his apartment, and you find out about it, going from the public markets to the private markets by the ceiling crashing in on your head and having 3 tons of water fall on you. So there has been a large change that people in January thought was not really happening, and people in June are now finding out really affects everything that they're doing. There's a lot of mediocre tech companies out there. There's a lot of startups that don't really serve a need, or alternatively don't have a viable business plan, to get really to fruition, but yet the future was coming so fast that everybody had to have a piece of it. So I think that this is sort of a very, very painful but healthy corrective, probably like a 3-month juice diet for somebody who really has a problem. And but that we will see the companies that are able to be sustainable and have real business plans for moving forward to actually do very well. So I do think it is a real issue, but one that probably is healthy for the marketplace.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on this, or different view?
It's a difficult market today than it was like 2 years ago, definitely. I think, like my partners here said, that at the end of the day, when the startup is sustainable and it really serves a goal, I think that it will find the right funds, even if it's a little bit harder than what's used to be 2 years ago before the pandemic.
Yep. Any other?
I'm not a professional investor, but certainly quality is going to matter more now, and I think that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. The problem with bubbles, or whatever you want to call what we were dealing with, was, all boats rise, all salaries have to rise, everything rises, and regardless of whether you have the quality or not, you have to pay for that. And now there may be a little bit of relief for quality companies to be able to survive and succeed.
Right. No more points on that then. What about the, yeah?
No, the point of correction, I think, is what sums everything up. And from a sustainability point of view, it's really about real commercial ideas that are based on quality and on real commercial grounds. And I think that's a good thing for the long term.
What about this idea that Mikhail raised about dual purpose R&D, and that's the way to go maybe for Greece? What do people think of that idea?
I think it's applaudable. I mean, that there's, Greece faces, the Greek fisherman story, that why would anybody really develop anything when really life is so much better as a Greek fisherman? But on the other hand, it's been, Greece has over the last 15 years turned much more outward and is, progressive in so many different ways. And it's a great country that will continue to transform itself and where there's a lot of sense. So in as much as the R&D can be very sustainable and focused, and then the companies will be good. We've looked at a hotel technology payments company based in Greece, focused on the Greek market. We thought that was very interesting. So we'd love to see more stuff from Greece overall.
Greece has been, over recent decades, it's been a bit of a black hole, really, for investment. If you look now at investment levels, capital investment in Greece, plus FDI, it's been extremely disappointing. So we're all being quite positive, I think, about what's happened in the last few years, but actually there's a long way to go up to compensate for this dearth of investment and innovation. And does beg the question about whether the right things are being done in terms of the business environment, the regulatory environment, and so on, to whether we're really going to see a substantial or real sea change here. Yeah, is there reason really to be optimistic about this?
Well, there is a reason to be optimistic. The question is at what derivative are we looking at? Because in this world, we have become very meta. We're not looking at the fundamentals. We are looking at derivatives, and we have lost count of what derivatives we are looking at. And that's the reason that we are seeing this correction in the tech sector. I mean, the expectations for future revenues are completely out of control, and people are still buying these things. So in Greece, we have to change course and build things. That's why I was talking about dual-purpose technologies, because, we procure a lot of things for defense, and if the defense forces take only a small piece of that, a very small piece of that, and actually ask for real products from the companies, everything will improve in the pipeline. Right now, we are relying on creating abstract technologies and maybe selling them somewhere else. You're not going to capture too much value. You're not going to create too much value added unless you build integrated solutions that solve real problems. The world has become very, reliant, or the investment world has been been looking into investing into solutions that don't have problems yet. Crypto is one of these places, for example, and we see the correction that's happening over there. So it's important for the culture of an economy to create real solutions and in real problems, and not to become a monoculture. And unfortunately, right now, we are sort of a monoculture. I mean, we have tourism, shipping contributes a few things, but, it doesn't capture a lot of value within the country itself. We have agriculture issues, and we shouldn't say that to the Israelis. I mean, the Israelis are making tons of things out of the desert, of a small patch of desert, and our productivity is very low. So we have room to improve, but you're not going to be remaining a rich country selling olive oil.
So how is it? How easy is it
Depends
to?
on how difficult it is to get sunflower oil, I guess.
Well, there is not enough olive oil in the world to substitute sunflower oil or corn oil or other things, or canola oil. So we'll keep olive oil for very luxury uses from now on.
Okay, but it's not so easy to diversify, as many countries have found out. Not just the kind of natural resource cursed countries, but countries that have become very reliant on a particular industry. It's not easy. So what can change that? What's the kind of magic? Is there a magic, solution here? No? Any other thoughts?
I don't think it's magic.
No.
I think it's baby steps.
Yeah.
We're taking some good steps in the right direction. I was impressed by I heard that there are 300 companies that have presence in Israel. I think we've all heard multiple times the 7 or 8 that are in Greece listed by people, because it's only 7 or 8. So a lot of room to grow. I think it's a lining up of various stars that happens after the baby steps are walking. I'd love to see a little more FOMO out of the corporations for missing the opportunity, FOMO from the investors for missing the opportunity. When you look at something like Greece as an investor or as a corporation, the first thing you do is figure out whether this is something I even want to touch. Is it too risky? And these baby steps help reinforce that it's not risky. When Amazon shows up, or Microsoft shows up, or the companies that have shown up show up, they do this intense diligence to make the decision to make the steps that they make. So, and all the other companies know this. It's not a willy-nilly decision. That's a very serious decision. So I'm hoping that the baby steps lead to bigger steps and maybe a little jogging at some point, and a little FOMO sets in from the rest of the world, and you start to see things coming together and building some real momentum.
So we built, a very quick comment, we built our lab on the motto, demo or die. And people have seen successes already in Greece right now. So even people in Greece are realizing that they can make it in a different way.
Yep.
Minister.
Yes, I fully agree that, you know, every single small step is important as long as you maintain focus on where you are heading towards and to what you are aiming at. But there is another foundational and very important attribute that we didn't touch in this panel, and it's a challenge for all three countries and probably for most countries in Europe, which is the talent and skills gap. And the small steps will not get you anywhere unless you revisit, at least for Greece and Cyprus, this is more of an imperative rather than in Israel, the educational system and how you create the future worker, the future talent, not just quantitative but qualitative, to be more innovative and embrace innovative entrepreneurship from the high school and the elementary school. So there is a reform requirement. It's a prerequisite to make this reform if you want to reach the 2035 target that Philippos talked about for being successful knowledge-based economies. And for innovation, this is very, very important. The small steps are important to keep you going towards a direction. But at some point, if you want to run, you need to start working today, revisiting your educational reform approach.
Well, I mean, you have Cypriots and Greek running the largest. I mean, if you look at Pfizer, for instance, when the head of Pfizer was elected to be CEO, he said, only in America. Now, Israel has overcome a lot of oligarchic tendencies that have been in the economy since the founding of the State of Israel, which are now going away. And there are oligarchic tendencies in both Greece and Cyprus that also, to a certain extent, are going away. But Greece and Cyprus tends to export more of their talent than keep them at home, whereas Israel is bringing them back very strongly.
Final word, because actually, unfortunately, we're at the end of our
One
time.
thing, you talked about baby steps. So in Israel, they literally took it to the baby steps, and we are teaching innovation from very young age at school. I think it's a key factor in order to innovate and to take a country that doesn't look at that way and to show it in a different direction from the kids themselves.
Yeah. Very quick point.
My point is that in conferences like this, the strategy, what needs to happen becomes always clear. So I think the differentiator is really strategic execution, is the pace by which you really do the changes in education, like the minister said, and everything else. And for economies in our region, which are small, we need to play more globally outside our markets. And we cannot afford to have siloed thinking within our economies. We need to be transforming very, very quickly.
Two stats. Israel, biggest export market, US, 28% or something of the total. Biggest FDI investor in Israel, US by a mile. So it is a different league. But Israel was down there at some point. So baby steps then is the way forward. But thanks very much, all of you. Great panel.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Great presentation. Good luck with the company. Really cool.
Our next session is the green transition, unlocking new business opportunities and capital. We've got three speakers: Gabriel Alonso, President and CEO of 547 Energy. Please join me on the stage. Aristos Constantine, Trade Commissioner of the Republic of Cyprus, North America, and Antonios Pepas, CEO of ETME. Delighted to have you all, and I'm sure you're going to pick up on stuff that's already been said earlier in the day, and particularly in the energy panel. I hope you all managed to listen in on that one. So the format for this session is everybody's got about 5 minutes to present what they think are the main priorities for the green transition. And then we're going to have a Q&A and a conversation. So let's start first of all with Gabriel Alonso.
Very good. I think I have a presentation.
Yes, have we got the slides? Yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Very quickly, who we are. 547 Energy is a global investor in the energy transition space, backed by a private equity firm in Houston. We are based in Houston. We are active across regions in Europe, in North America, South America, and Asia. We are active across technologies. We are pursuing onshore wind energy projects, offshore wind energy projects, shallow waters, deep waters, floating solar PV, ground mount solar PV storage. And today I would like, during my 5 minutes, I would like to speak quickly about supply, demand, and leave a last thought. When one looks at solar resource, the reality is that except for the Mediterranean area, Europe doesn't have a really that strong of a solar resource. The wind resource in Europe is much stronger, both onshore as well as offshore wind resource. And the goals here, especially in the offshore side, have increased tremendously through 2030. The offshore wind potential in the Mediterranean Sea is really, really vast. And I think it will be very important for people to live today with the concept that the really strong investment and employment opportunity to be considered. On the supply side, two challenges I will identify. One, many times the best resource, whether it's solar or wind, is not close to load centers, which means that we need transmission infrastructure to deliver that power. But it's awfully complicated to consent and to install new transmission infrastructure, whether it's in Europe, whether it is in North America. The political will is there, but once we get closer to ground, it's complicated to get these projects executed. When we think about the energy transition, we're thinking about electric vehicles, more wind energy, more solar energy, and these are technologies that require quite an amount of mineral resources. If we believe the goals that we are listening to, correct? The amount of the increase on demand of mineral resources will be dramatic over the next years to deliver on this growth. And the reality is that some of those key minerals are in the hands of the people that are causing, the countries that are causing the crisis, that are leading us to react to this. And we need to be mindful that this journey of the energy transition is not going to be a smooth journey. And I would like to leave with a concept that has been shared today a couple of times about how natural gas is evidently a bridge fuel that is needed to succeed in the energy transition, correct? Wind and solar are the cleanest, I think the cheapest and the fastest to market sources of new energy, but they are intermittent, they're not the most reliable ones. We need natural gas to help us bridge the energy transition. It's the most flexible source of energy. And besides thinking about natural gas in security terms, correct, I think it's important that we don't have to sacrifice our sustainability goals if we think strategically about natural gas sourcing, correct? We can find in those countries that share our values as political values, those countries actually enjoy the socially most responsible oil and gas. So I think it is important that when we look at diversifying the exposure that Europe has had towards Russia, that there are actually not only just purely security reasons, sustainability, and I think political alignment should be also elements that should drive the decision process.
Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. So Aristos, next.
Well, we say it's great to see you in person. Last time we did this was back
online.
in 2020 online, yeah. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but sort of think back to our conversation back in 2020. It was at the height of the pandemic. And oddly enough, as surprising as it may seem, despite the dramatic developments that have taken place since then, I found that a lot of the outlook that I expressed then remains relatively valid. And I mean, look, I mean, let's be realistic. Nobody could have predicted the Russia invasion into Ukraine and the situation we find ourselves in now. But my point is this: is that the war, much as the pandemic did, I think, revealed pre-existing vulnerabilities and added a degree of urgency to many issues that were, to varying degrees, already in motion. And I think that's very much true when it comes to the green transition. And certainly, renewables have gotten a massive push. I'm sorry, is this not on? So, as I was saying, renewables have definitely been given a push, and the urgency has accelerated, and now it's no longer a question simply of climate goals, it is also a question of energy security. And so it changes the way we look at things. In that respect, again, going back to what I'd said back then, the East Med has an important role to play. Whether or not, and I think we've heard that natural gas is a bridge fuel and is not going anywhere anytime soon. So whether it's in the East Med's capacity to provide an alternative to Russian gas, or if it is looking at the infrastructure development such as the Eurasia interconnector, which is massively important, and hopefully we'll see a Euro-Africa interconnector as well. The importance of the region and the 3+1 relationship that we've heard a lot about today remains critically important. Another point we touched on, I think, was the fragility of supply chains, and how there was a need then, there was an urgency then to diversify supply, to create shorter, smarter supply chains. The buzzwords then were nearshoring and reshoring and onshoring. And that also remains true in the green transition. As my fellow panelists here pointed out, the critical minerals, the rare earth minerals that are going to be required are immense. And I said back then, if you recall, you know, the European Union needs to look to the Mediterranean, needs to look to Africa. And the ambitious goals that we've put in place on the green transition make that even more true today. And I think the nascent EU Global Gateway initiative fully recognizes that reality, and in fact emphasizes its pursuit of partnerships with African countries in line with ESG principles that provide a viable alternative to China's Belt and Road. And the US-led G7 B3W initiative does the same thing. And in this respect, once again, Cyprus, I think, and the East Med in general, can play a pivotal role in connecting Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And particularly Cyprus, given its the fact that it is a European Union member, it is a common law jurisdiction, has exceedingly sophisticated financial services and funds industry, I think can play a very proactive and valuable role in facilitating EU and US investment into these markets.
Great, thanks very much. Antonios Pepas, over to you.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yes. So hello and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Antonios Pepas. I'm CEO of a small and medium enterprise company based in Greece. It's a quite innovative and disruptive company. So today here, I stand here and I would like to call everybody to see the fundamentals of the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, and also to see the fundamentals on what is happening around us. So the REPowerEU, as was mentioned before, and the very recent developments, the yesterday development of the oil embargo of the Russian oil from the European Commission, clearly set a new scene, and I think it's a very new situation that we have to take into account into the energy supply chain. And I would suggest that if we read through what is happening, then for 5 specific reasons, we should heavily invest in the green transition of this area, of this particular area, and I can speak freely of Greece. So the first reason is that we have a proximity to a huge market which is energy thirsty. European Union right now doesn't have many alternatives for energy, so it should take energy from wherever it can, green energy but also non-green energy, but let's focus on green energy. And we have this aerial proximity to this huge market, because the market is European Union for all these 3 countries, as far as it's concerned of energy. The second is geopolitics. So we are on the right side of the history, in a sense, in this area, meaning that we have stable regimes and democratic regimes, and we have a very strong political willingness from the local governments, and the local governments are open for business. So this is a second part why we should invest in this area. The third one is the source itself. So renewable energy sources are trusted sources by definition, because they are your own sources. They exist in your area, in your EZZ, or in your land. So you can invest on yourself, you can invest on your own sources, and they are trusted sources. And political stability is also providing this trust in these energy sources. The fourth is the funding. And the funding, so no matter what kind of investor you are, since the renewable energy sector in this area is compliant with the environment and the sustainability criteria, both of the United Nations and of the European Commission and the ECG. So I think it's very easy to find sources of funding, because you comply, you tick the box of all these goals that they exist. And the fifth element is that there exist very many projects. There is, for every risk appetite project in the area, and in particular in Greece, I may say that there are very many projects available for funding and for investing in the area. So having said all that, the final let's say, element I would like to add is that right now, due to the geopolitics and the situation, we don't have the luxury of selecting what kind of energy we'll have. We have to have LNG, we have to have green hydrogen when it comes, but this is at least 5 to 10 years maybe later on. But there is strong political will for the green hydrogen, and we must take this into account. But we must have renewables, and we must also solve some of the technological issues that come along with renewables and the balancing mostly of the energy and the stochastic nature of this energy. But I think everybody should take a position in investing in this area in the field of green energy.
Great, thank you. Thank you all very much. We've got about 12 minutes now for Q&A and discussion, which is great, and several hands. So I do hope that we can continue some of the discussion from the previous energy session. So let's take, let's take you first, the lady at the back there.
So my name is Paola Patelli, and I'm currently working as an independent consultant with the International Institute for Sustainable Development on climate change issues. We follow climate change negotiations and the 2030 agenda negotiations. And I raised this question in a more generic form this morning. Now I'm going to raise it more specifically. But how does the 3+1 initiative plug into global objectives, such as the UNFCCC Paris Accord, and such as the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals? So more specific than that is the current situation in the Ukraine has really brought reality and pragmatism in terms of energy security to the fore. Would that warrant, for example, and this is just a hypothetical question, that countries maybe revise their NDCs and the level of ambition that they have? And also with regards to corporate social responsibility, ESG, there's increased scrutiny through the Securities Exchange Commission on companies taking on climate change objectives. And there's a new set of rules that was recently issued by the Securities Exchange Commission in terms of corporate disclosure of their climate change objectives. So I'm wondering whether, because of the situation in the Ukraine, both corporate entities and government entities could, or perhaps should, look at their ambitions and goals and maybe check them against reality, the current reality, in view of the fact that climate litigation is on the rise and that there's increased scrutiny from the political arena and also from the government in terms of the objectives that are taken on by governments and corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
I think there's a
do you want to come back and then
I'll bit for everyone in there.
Yeah, anybody would like to come back on
In this question, I think, if I may, first of all, as regards to governmental part, the REPowerEU is the answer. So the goal is to increase the renewable energy sources, the green transition. So this is very clear from the European Union perspective. I think also this goes along with the USA policy and politics right now. So I think on the top level we will not go back, we don't have a step back. On the contrary, it is an accelerator of things in both governmental level but also company level. And I think that companies, because they are very well aware of the importance that these sustainability goals have, they will increase their investment. But I think, Alonso, you can be even more precise on this.
I mean, I think we don't need more goals. I mean, we don't need more ambition. I mean, I think that previous goals were good enough. I mean, I don't think the industry needs more capital. There is enough capital to build a lot of the wind, whether it's offshore wind, whether it's onshore wind, whether it's solar PV, whether it's even floating PV. Correct? The industry is willing to take incremental technology risk. The issue is that the execution of projects in Europe, it's becoming extremely complicated for the reasons I briefly explained in my presentation, correct? The licensing processes in some countries in Europe takes more than a decade to permit. Everybody has an opinion and everybody's opinion has to be heard. In the US, most of the nuclear capacity in the US was executed in 20 years. It happened in the late 60s, 70s, and beginning of the 80s. Why? Because there was a top-down political will that it had to happen. At one point in time, if we believe that energy independence, energy security, and we want it to be from sources within in Europe, they need to happen. At one point, politicians will have to take ownership and push forward the agenda. And I'm sorry, some people's feelings may get hurt in the process, but the overall benefit, the good that it needs to be pursued, will be achieved. I think that's the reality. I mean, from my experience, I've been developing projects in Europe for more than 2 decades, and it takes forever now.
On the, I think the last part that's left, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned, I think you were referencing the DWS issue this morning, the Deutsche Bank issue with the ESG reporting. In that respect, it's a factor. I think there is some controversy regarding ESG reporting, and I think there's room for greater clarity on what the benchmarks are, and that will undoubtedly get cleared up by regulators as we go forward. I don't foresee that as being an impediment or an issue really in the realization of either the green transition goals or energy development projects in general.
Question, though. I'd like to have your view on this, because I often tell people we're not having an energy crisis. We're having 2 energy crises. We're having an energy cost crisis that started actually quite a while back. And then we have an energy security crisis, which of course to a large extent has developed because of Russia's aggression. But we also have a third crisis around the corner, which is the commodity crisis. Because as you pointed out, electric vehicles, fantastic. They require about 8 times the minerals of a conventional car. Wind energy, I am a very strong supporter of wind energy, but in order to generate the same load as the CCGT, you're going to need about 16 times the mineral input. And of course, as you pointed out, these minerals are not found in the easiest of places. Now, we're already suffering from a dependency that our partners effectively have weaponized. We are in the future looking at dependencies on other geographies which are also complex. How do we learn from our, I'm not saying mistakes, but I'm saying our experiences today to actually put in place the mechanisms so that we are not jeopardizing the transition that we're all backing by 5 years from now finding ourselves having moved away from the energy crisis but right into a commodity crisis.
Thanks. Any final questions from the floor? Yes, gentleman here.
Yeah, so just kind of going back to a question that I raised earlier, which is dealing with sort of the urgency of the situation. And this is something that it doesn't seem to me there's much clarity in this, thinking about what politicians are saying in Europe. The expectation is that we're going to see about 40 to 50% increase in demand for energy over the next 25 years. Totally agree, some of that will come from green, some of that will come from natural gas, et cetera. But with your point that it takes 10 years, 20 years for projects in Europe, are Europeans doing enough to get ready for the increase and for the competition that they will have for commodities, whether they be natural gas or otherwise, et cetera?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So who wants to respond?
You can take a stab and then we can
we'll take
all that. Yeah, okay. So on the critical minerals and the rare earth minerals, you're absolutely right. And I wouldn't say it's coming, I'd say it's here. That's the reality. And Gabriel can probably give you more specific examples. But as I mentioned, there are initiatives to try and address this. Whether or not they can and will be successful in time to alleviate the issue remains to be seen. And, sort of combining the two questions, in the short term, this, as you quite rightly said, we're looking at this in time. There's short term, there's medium term, and there's long term. In the short term, there is a lot of pain. That's just how it is, right? There already is, and there will be more. To coin a phrase, winter is coming, and it's likely going to get worse. I mean, Europe is the long contracts are going to Asia. There's over-reliance on spot. Prices are going to go up. Energy prices go up. Everything goes up. People suffer. I'm hopeful that I'm wrong. But that's what it looks like right now, at least in the short term, unless something changes dramatically. That's my 2 cents.
I would say that I think the answer could take forever, to be frank, but on the commodity crisis, quick comment is that we need to be mindful that mining as an industry moves at glacial pace. Right? I mean, pretending that we can start mining and something will happen in the next week, the next year, or the next 5 years is going to be complicated. However, I mean, we need to move now, correct? There are multiple fronts where the industry has to work because an energy transition like the one we all envision and we all want, it doesn't happen under the old structures. You need to change several structures.
Thanks.
For the last part, which is quite important, the licensing, I'm more optimistic because also in the REPowerEU, it is mentioned that the licensing has to become less of a factor of a problem. And I think because I have been discussing with many people in Brussels and in many also in Greece, that everybody understands that right now we have to scale down the time that we need to license. But apart from that, energy projects, no matter what kind of energy source it is, they take time. It's the nature of the energy industry that it has long lead times. But generally speaking, I think the renewables will be faster than any other energy substitutes of our current lack.
A friend recently said to me, climate change is as much about change as it is about climate. It's about changing the way we do things. These things take time. This is not going to be a 180 pivot that's going to happen overnight.
Somebody said in the earlier panel, actually, that nobody disagrees about the end goals. We can, debate how we're going to get there and what's the, the best method for getting there. But we have wind, we have solar, and we have gas as the transitional fuel. And I think, what was said this morning, I can't remember who said it. Actually, it was probably David Harris, because he, has had a good turn of phrase, and he said the pragmatists have now got to take charge over the purists, and I think that's the kind of discussion that we've had today, a more nuanced discussion about the green transition and how we're going to reach these targets. So thank you very much, everybody who's contributed through your questions and your introductions to that discussion. Thanks to the panel. We're looking at the financial landscape for the Eastern Mediterranean region. All our speakers are in the room. I hope you're all mic'd up. So let me invite everybody to join me here. Constantinos Herodotou, Governor of the Central Bank of Cyprus, Vasiliki Lazarakou, Chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, George Theokaridis, Chairman, Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, Andreas Iossomidis, President of the Cyprus Investment Funds Association, Peter Nathaniel, Member Impala Partners, and Ioannis Georgalas, Chairman, Association of Cyprus Electronic Money and Payments Institutions, Non-Executive Director, XCOM BX. Great to have you all. Please have a seat. Right. Time. That means that everybody's got their 5 minutes to start off with, and we will have time then for a Q&A and a conversation about where we stand in the financial sector in the region. So we're delighted to have the Governor of the Central Bank of Cyprus, and we're going to start with you.
Thank you. Distinguished co-speakers and guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this important topic today. Banks' key function to intermediate funds from savers and investors towards corporates is crucial for securing an efficient allocation of national savings to real investment opportunities that contribute to growth, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean region, where, for example, the percentage of corporates accessing funding through the capital markets is less prevalent compared to Western countries such as the United States and the UK. A robust banking sector safeguards the conditions for higher and sustainable economic growth. Access to banking sector services with relatively low transaction costs provides for growth and prosperity, as bank financing constitutes the backbone of economic activity, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean region. As per the European Central Bank's survey on the access to finance of enterprises in the euro area in the fourth quarter of 2021, nearly half of the SMEs relied mainly on banking products and subsidized loans to fund their operations. Other banking products such as overdrafts, leasing, hire purchase, and subsidized loans were also assessed as almost equally relevant, while equity and debt securities remain among the least frequently used. As at December 2021, nearly 41% of loans and advances granted by the banking sector to EU non-financial corporations are towards SMEs, with that percentage being almost double in Cyprus at 80%, the highest across all EU countries. In Greece also, it is above the EU average at 47%. Therefore, having in place a healthy, robust, and resilient banking sector capable of supporting the real economy by providing fresh lines of credit is of paramount importance. The European institutions have acknowledged this need to secure bond funding in Europe and have taken legislative measures to create incentives for bank lending to enterprises. However, legislative incentives on their own would not have been enough without having in place a healthy and resilient banking sector. The European banking sector has made tangible steps towards this direction, mainly thanks to the inception of the single supervisory mechanism in 2014. The benefit from the common SSM supervisory standards is clear as it provides common regulation and common banking standards across the Eurozone, including, of course, Greece and Cyprus. Following the 2013 crisis, the banking sector in Cyprus has been considerably improved, exhibiting satisfactory capital and liquidity levels, which are fundamental prerequisites in order to support the real economy. All underlying key fundamentals have been tangibly improved, with non-performing loans in the banking sector having been reduced by 89%, from 28.4 billion euros in December 2014 to only 3 billion euros in December 2021. The loss absorption capacity, as measured by the Common Equity Tier 1 ratio, amounts to 17.6% in December 21, a level above the respective EU average of 15.7%. And the Cyprus banking sector is among the most liquid across the EU, with the liquidity coverage ratio being at 344% as at February 2022, almost double the respective EU average of 175%. Let me take a moment here also to dispel a false perception as regards Cyprus and its banking sector and its so-called reliance on Russian money. If we look at it from a loans perspective, the total loans to Russian entities is less than 1% of the total loans of the Cyprus banking sector. It's actually at 0.7%, which is 454 million euros. If we look at deposits, that's below 5% of total deposits. So there is no reliance whatsoever on both the asset side or the liability side of the banking sector. I will conclude on another still relevant note, that is the latest Eurozone macroeconomic developments. We are faced with an exceptional degree of uncertainty, which complicates the delicate balancing act of the European Central Bank to bring inflation to target without undermining economic growth prospects. At the Governing Council of the European Central Bank, we need to continue to be very attentive of all these elevated uncertainties and their implications on the evolving economic outlook. Upcoming new data in June will orient and define the pace of our policy normalization process, and I believe gradualism should play an important factor to achieve this delicate balancing act. We need to be clear that the ECB's objective, as per the recently revised monetary policy strategy review, is to firmly anchor inflation at 2% over the medium term and contribute to safeguarding financial stability. Hence, our monetary policy actions at the ECB need to help to maintain a stable macroeconomic environment that greatly assists the euro area banking sector to effectively perform its role as the main funding source to the real economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going straight over to Vasiliki Lazarescu now, Chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission.
So, as we have heard in the previous panels, the Greek economy and the capital markets, as well as I will analyze, have showed clear signs of growth in the last couple of years, and actually especially in 2021. If I can say 2021 for the capital markets was a year of growth. And why? In the funds raised through the stock exchange in 2021 were 5 times more than the funds raised in 2020 and 10 years more than the funds raised in 2019, 2018, etc. So we see a huge difference. Also, the assets in the investment in the mutual funds have really increased very much in comparison to the previous years. And I have to say also that the assets, the investments in the Greek mutual funds, for the first time in all these years, were more than the investments in the foreign mutual funds, which shows that the Greek investors started investing again in the Greek mutual funds. So we see that this year was a significant year in this respect from a capital markets point of view. Now, of course, the Capital Market Commission have done a lot of things since the beginning of our administration. We took some strategic decisions. So what we did is we did 3 things. The first of all is that we put forward new legislation in respect of the corporate governance law of listed companies and new type of products. Second, we invested on the digitalization of the Commission. And the third one is that we try to simplify procedures and try to speed up the approval process in case of rights issues and corporate bond issuances. So I want to expand on the corporate governance because for us it's the most fundamental issue if you want to have a corporate environment that will operate efficiently. So what we did is that we proposed actually to change the law on corporate governance, which was a rather old law, and this is national legislation because I have a parenthesis that most of the Greek law is EU law, which is either implemented the directives are implemented through national legislation or is already enforced because we are speaking about regulations. So the corporate governance law was a national legislation which we amended in order to make sure that we have a more modern framework, and this had some specific, let's say, the provisions that were changed were mostly in connection with the enhancement of internal mechanism, with a better governance of the board of directors, having more independence criteria for independent directors so that they have a more enhanced role in the way they operate the company. Plus, we had a quota for the underrepresented gender, which in Greece is women. So in like 1 year, because that law was enacted in 2020, but it became into force in 2021. From 11% of women, we had 25% of women now in the board of directors. So after a very good study of the Commission in respect of the inefficiencies of this corporate governance law, we ended up with this proposal, and now we can say that after July 2021, that the law became into force, the vast majority, all Greek companies, listed companies, are now operating under the new legal framework. Plus, this law also provided for another type of alternative investment fund, which can now have an option, the managers have an option to use this type of, let's say, alternative investment fund in case they want to operate, to manage funds in Greece. And plus, we also try to allow the managers that decided to establish Greek fund managing companies to have several, if they want to choose to have funds in other jurisdictions. So these were from a legislative point of view. Now, from the second thing that I mentioned, we did was try to simplify the procedures, try to minimize bureaucracy in order to make sure that we speed up the approval process in case a company wanted to raise money through the stock exchange. And the third one was to invest in the digital transformation. So we were accepted to receive funds from the RRF in order to work on a digital transformation, the Commission, I mean. So that means that the next 5 years, the environment is going to change as far as the way we supervise is concerned. Now, what is going forward? Of course, that was only the beginning. Going forward, we need to see which are going to be the next priorities. For us, the next priorities are, first of all, to work on sustainability. So sustainability is important for EU purposes and is important for all of us, the regulators, because we want to make sure that we raise awareness that the companies understand how, the market participants understand how they're going to comply with the sustainability rules, how they're going to comply with the disclosure rules that they have. So sustainability is very important, and for us, the regulators. Second, of course, we endorse all the ESMA initiatives. I'm also sitting in the board of ESMA, and for us, it's very important to see how we're going to proceed with supervisory convergence in Europe, and also how we're going to proceed with all the initiatives that are taken, that ESMA has endorsed, such as, for example, the data management, the better management of data among the EU authorities. And third, it's very important that we put forward further proposals in order to have a more market-friendly environment, as we now have tried already to do. So for us, it's very important that the Greek government as well, together with the digital reform, has decided that they're going to proceed to the enhancement of the capital market environment in Greece. And we, as regulators, are going to work and support this initiative in Greece in order to make sure that we have a more market-friendly environment. This is very important for us. We have one challenge to proceed and accelerate all the efforts that we do. And this is, and we are going to do our best efforts in order to make sure that we attain our goals.
Thank you very much indeed. Next over to George Theocharides, who's the chairman of the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission.
Sure.
Welcome.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation. Let me start by just giving a snapshot of the markets that we regulate under CySEC. As a general statement, I should say that the last decade we have seen a tremendous growth in the number of entities that are regulated under CySEC. So if we look at the data back in 2011, we had less than 250 entities that were regulated by CySEC. Now, 10 years afterwards, we have more than 800 entities. So we have seen a substantial increase of more than 200% in the regulated entities. Now, the market, I would say we have a number of markets, but we have two main markets. So the first important market that is under the remedy and the supervision of CySEC is the market for the investment firms, of providing investment services on a cross-border basis to other EU nations or to third countries, such as portfolio management, brokerage services, custodianship, and so on. And that particular section of the market we have seen that substantial increase in recent years. It's divided into two subsectors. The one sector is what we call the fintech firms, basically, the ones that they provide their services through digital means, digital platforms, and their customers are usually not the institutional or professional investors, but they are geared more towards the retail investors. And then we have the second subsection of the investment services market, where basically we have the more traditional type of investment firms. Their customer base is more the institutional, the professional investors, and they don't work with the digital means. They're I should say, not so much technologically advanced. That's a market, and I will come back to that in terms of some of the challenges that we observe here. But this is certainly a very important market that we have under CySEC. Then the second important market that we have is obviously the fund sector. I mean, here we have also the chairman of the Funds Association that will discuss more about it. But certainly for us as CySEC, we support this industry. We believe in this industry. We feel that this industry is extremely important for the Cypriot economy. And one important reason for that is because it can provide the alternative form of financing to support the economy and to diversify the economy out of the lending from the banks and trying to find the capital that is needed in order to finance the economy. It's important to note that for the funds industry, we have a substantial amount of the funds that are the assets under management under these funds that are actually invested in Cyprus. We have 11.6 billion of assets under management. 2.5 billion out of the 11.6 are actually investments in the local economy. Under CySEC, we have more than 300 entities under the funds industry, that includes alternative investment fund management companies, UCITS management companies, and a number of different types of funds. Then we have also another sector which is diminishing in recent times. It's the administrative service providers, corporate services. That's a market that it's slowing down. We have the stock exchange, obviously. We have the listed entities under the stock exchange. Unfortunately, our stock exchange has suffered for a number of years in terms of liquidity and interest in the stock exchange. However, now there is a process of privatization. It has already started. I believe that would be beneficial for the stock exchange by having sophisticated investors, outside investors with the technology know-how to invest in the stock exchange and grow it. And finally, obviously, a market that is coming, that not just in Cyprus, but everywhere, it's the market for the crypto assets. So now we have a registry for the crypto asset service providers. But I should point out that at this point in time, similar to other EU nations, we are supervising them in terms of anti-money laundering practices, not for everything. That would come when MiCA comes into effect, the European regulation, but that will take some time. So investors should be aware of that. And coming and just mentioning a little bit about challenges, digitalization, it's a major challenge, not only for us, I think for a number of countries. Digitalization obviously brings a lot of opportunities. It makes the markets more efficient, less costly. It gives more access to the capital markets to investors. However, investors should be protected, and obviously there is a challenge in order how to protect the retail investor. And obviously it is a challenge, and we're working on that. Just to say a few things that what we have done about that, we have an innovation hub under SciSec, which we are transforming it now into a regulatory sandbox, and the idea is to look at all these fintech solutions to understand how they fit within the regulatory environment, support them, and through the regulatory sandbox, which we have received funding for that. The idea is that they would be tested in a controlled environment before they go into the process of application. We are using a number of technology tools in order to help us to monitor better the regulated entities. So these are some of the things that we're doing in terms of this challenge. And finally, and Vasiliki also touched upon this, it's another obviously challenge is sustainability and sustainable investments and the avoidance of greenwashing. Obviously, similar to other EU nations, we have harmonized basically our regulations with the EU regulations, SFDR, taxonomy regulation, benchmark regulation. And the idea is to be able to protect investors better, avoid greenwashing, encourage more investments into the area of ESG. In Cyprus at the moment, there is a very limited scale of investments in ESG, and I hope that in the future that this will grow, because obviously if we're talking about transition into the green economy, it needs financing. So we need to place more emphasis on sustainable investments. That's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So over now to Andreas Iersamides, President of the Cyprus Investment Funds Association, SIFA.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here again after 3 years of the pandemic. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present the Cyprus fund industry. As Mr. Petrides said before, it's one of the crucial and very important industries of the Cyprus economy. It's considered to be a pillar of our economy. And we have seen an increasing trend in the last 4 to 5 years for fund managers to establish a structure in Cyprus in order to enter in the European market. I have seen the previous panel and I heard a lot about the advantages of Cyprus economy, how we managed to get out of the pandemic strong in the fund industry, especially in the fund industry. We have seen increasing interest from fund players across the world to establish a structure in Cyprus, and a significant growth in the assets under management. As Mr. Theocharis mentioned before, we are now very close to 12 billion euro. I know that this is a small number. Cyprus fund industry is relatively young compared to other major fund jurisdictions such as Cayman, Luxembourg, and Ireland. However, we have seen a steady growth in the industry. Indicatively, in 2016, when we started the whole effort to promote the fund industry, we used to have 1.2 billion of euro assets under management, so we have an increase of more than 400%. This could not have been achieved without all the industry players sharing a common vision, working together for the benefit of the sector. CIFA, the Cyprus Investment Fund Association, was established in 2012. Part of our role was to educate our members, to train them about the fund industry, to promote the fund industry across the world, and at the same time to encourage the maintenance of high standards of professionalism in the industry. One of the major industry's recent achievement, which of course needs to be mentioned, is MUFG Investor Services decision to set up an operational center in Cyprus, confirming that our country managed to be transformed to a developed market for fund services. Just to understand, I mean, the importance of the decision, MUFG administers more than 3,000 funds globally, and is a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Bank with more than $3.3 trillion assets under management. The expansion of UFG, which considered to be one of the biggest global fund administrator, is a very important vote of confidence for the Cyprus economy in general, but more specifically for the fund industry. MUFG has decided to establish a structure in Cyprus because we can offer very competitive services in the sense that they can service their client at much lower cost, maintaining the same high level of services. And this is very important for the fund industry. Another thing that we have seen, and it's very significant for the industry, is the fact that this development has highlighted that Cyprus is a safe destination for collective investment. It also confirms the fact that the necessary infrastructure is in place along with the right environment, balancing also quality of life, which is very important, to host the headquarters of other leading international firms and organizations. The reason behind this is, first of all, the legal and the tax framework that governs collective and alternative investment space in Cyprus, which has significantly evolved and developed in the recent year with the assistance of the regulator and Ministry of Finance, and is considered to be very competitive to other European and non-European jurisdictions, such as Ireland and Luxembourg and Cayman. Other than this, Cyprus offers what we call passporting right, meaning that a fund management company in Cyprus can be able to enter the European market without having to get any extra license, as well as the low cost to set up and operate a fund management company and a fund in Cyprus. We have seen various fund managers creating a structure in Cyprus to take advantage of all these benefits that Cyprus offer. And if I can say something about our economy, Cyprus as a jurisdiction has shown resilience to overcome any type of crisis in the last 10 years, let's say, despite being small in size and young as a state. As we are about to get out of the pandemic, we have seen interest for creating shipping fund in Cyprus, because deriving from the major need for supply of goods, together with the zero emission policies and regulations that have been imposed worldwide. Obviously, Cyprus special tax regime for shipping, the tonnage tax, is also catalytic for creating a shipping fund in Cyprus. We have seen an emerging interest towards investing in renewable energy, such as solar energy and wind farms, making a percentage of 2.7 of the total AUM. It's important to be mentioned. The increasing interest comes as a result of the EU policies and regulation for taxonomy and other legislation, and is amplified by the recent Russian-Ukrainian war that led to heavy restriction on fuel sourcing and its chain of distribution. We estimate that this interest for the green energy will continue, and the fund industry has a major role to play in attracting seed financing from investors that they are keen to invest in this kind of sectors. Of course, there are also, this is just a few of the rising investment fields. In the past few years, a remarkable increase in investment through funds in relatively new sectors such as fintech and blockchain. Another point that should be mentioned here is the fact that there is an increasing interest for startups, particularly a significant amount of investments made through Cypriot fund by Israeli investors and fund managers. Many of these investments are related to startup vehicles in Israel, Europe, and the US, mainly the tech space, and applications also across various sectors, including finance, gaming, healthcare. Our main focus in Cyprus as a jurisdiction when it comes to Israeli investor and fund manager is to facilitate their structure in order to provide them access to the European market, and at the same time low-cost alternative, much needed, especially for startup ventures. In closing, the combination of the continuously evolving legal framework, the cost efficiency, and the pro-business environment and professionals that we have in Cyprus makes Cyprus, I think, an ideal location for global players looking to establish a sustainable basis for operation. In a nutshell, I can say that there are many investment opportunities in the region, in various fields. I think more in Israel and Greece than in Cyprus. However, Cyprus has all the tools in place for optimum structuring to finance all these investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter Nathaniel, member of Impala Partners.
Thank you. And I realize we're a bit short on time here. So I'm going to sort of try to view this from a global perspective and a little bit from an outsider's perspective and bring together some of the thoughts that at least I've heard and have for the region. We sat here at the inaugural conference 3 years ago, and the theme, at least I pushed for, was looking for enduring growth in this region. And endurance meant, at that time, obviously we didn't know COVID was coming, but endurance to absorb any more bumps that were coming. And I think if you look at it in that perspective and where we sit today, it's really a story of 3 states. You know, there's 3 different markets, very different on many levels. We've already discussed that. Strong investment grade at one end, GDP per capita ratios double, you know, Greece is at the other end, and Cyprus pretty much exactly in the middle, sort of from a distribution of wealth perspective and development of the economy, and even ratings, split rating, or just investment grade versus Greece trying to make the crossover. So as an investor, you've really got to think, you know, putting the investor's hat on, we're allocating capital globally. Where do we want to be? Where do we want to play? There's no such thing as, you know, money for nothing. There's no such thing as high return with no risk. And once you've decided sort of where you want to play, I think it's really about thinking about where the opportunities are, how much tolerance for risk you have, and what sort of returns there are. That's the way I think, as an investor conference, that's the way we should be viewing the world. It's fine to listen to what's being done and, you know, the sort of sell side, but we need to make some decisions based on all of that. And I think, you know, if you want to just put it in pure notional upside, where the upside is, I think Andres just said it, it's at one end, it's at Greece. And if we just covered it in macroeconomic terms, if you look at the shrinkage of the economy post-2014, the collapse, it really didn't bounce back for a good period of time, 2019, 20 even. Even prior to COVID, there was a downturn in 1 year in economic development, economic growth. But it's a very different economy today than it was before. It's a very different economy. It's structured differently. The financial sector is very different. It's one third less in total assets. The dependency on some of these capital markets developments and things, they will come over time through governance reforms and legal reforms and what have you. But you know, moving on to the central bank view from Constantinos, is that economy on its own is not going to be able to perform to maximize its potential growth unless the financial sector itself improves. If you look at the valuations of the banking system in Greece, they're still well beneath European averages. They're half, actually, of European averages, with the exception of one bank, which is exactly at the European average. And I think to prove itself to international investors, it really needs to make the changes, the reforms, continue on the path that it's been on, this enduring growth path, to finish the job, continue on this path of cleaning out the banks. I know the high double-digit NPL ratios are down dramatically, need to keep going, which brings on another issue, some headwinds coming here. It's a bit of an elephant in the room, but the elephant brings opportunities, is the way I see it. The elephant in the room is current account deficits are increasing in Greece, and we're focusing on Greece for the moment, and the gap is being plugged by a sort of a proxy FDI, foreign direct investment, which is being provided by European institutions. That's not real, okay? To make it real, to make real risk, reward, return decisions for the market, the tether from Europe and the quasi-governmental soft money institutions needs to be cut eventually. That's not going to happen overnight. So in their entry to stop the current account deficit gaps by providing this, you know, pseudo FDI, opportunities arise. There are what in America we call public-private partnerships. So there are opportunities for people from the outside to come in with that soft money into some of these sectors we've already talked about. The technology sector, there's a fintech ecosystem developing, the digital modernization of the financial sector, not least the rest of the economy. The renewable energy sector, 20 gigawatts of power, 7 of it's going to become renewable by 2030, and they're on track. In fact, it has one of the highest demand per gigawatt features in all of Europe. Clearly, some work has to be done on the bureaucratic side in terms of licensing, but the demand is there. So all of that is, you know, relates to foreign direct investment, and some of it's going to be filled by these European institutions. But the goal should be to come in with them, learn about the market as an investor, and try to do it on your own eventually. And that's where there'll be more returns. It's not going to be as high returns when you come in with a European institution, but it gives you a chance to learn. This is a long process. And I think over time, some of those will be there. The headwinds, the sort of, the thing that I think we need to think about, again, they may offer opportunities. The tripwire that a lot of investors would look at is this triumvirate of current account deficit, increasing interest rate environment, which, you know, whichever way we talk about it, something has to happen there, and access to capital. The Greek government, you know, is sort of, from a debt capacity and funding perspective, does have a lot of runway, but it's operating on subsidized debt. 75% of the debt's held by European institutions. That subsidized debt will come off at some point. So we just got to keep our eye on the ball as investors to say, are we getting adequate return for what we're putting our money into here in these industries? And each of these industries have opportunities. I think we can look at them, all of the ones that have been mentioned. Winners, there are losers, there are leaders, and there are laggards. Who are they? Segment the market, identify them, and have a look at what sort of enduring resilience they have if the things I just said happen. Because we can't avoid the truth. We can't just put our heads in the sand and say everything's going to be great. We have to be a little bit proactive and think about some of those things. So I think in closing, to keep it brief for now, is there's clearly a foreign direct investment gap. There are clear, but this is what makes it an opportunity. And I think it's what I would call out of the 3 states, Greece is probably the cheapest EU convergence play from an investment perspective out of the 3. It's got the most to gain, but in that it needs to attract the most in FDI, and that's what makes the opportunities there for foreign investors.
Thank you very much indeed. And so last but not least, we have Ioannis Georgilas, chairman of the Association of Cyprus Electronic Money and Payment Institutions, and non-executive director of XCOM BX.
Thank you so much, Joan. Good evening. The bad thing is that I'm speaking last and after Peter. The good thing is that he's a friend of mine and I get to learn a lot from him. So I come from the fintech industry, specifically from the electronic money institutions world. In general, some generic information are that the top 5 global fintech ecosystems are in Silicon Valley, New York City, London, Singapore, and Beijing. Europe and North Africa are no longer dominate the top 20 fintech ecosystems, and the Asia Pacific region is contributing as many globally leading hubs as North America. So digital-only banking clearly is on the rise, including by adding new services such as wealth management, as well as broader service bundles. Artificial intelligence is on the edge, which is a natural complement to fintech that is helping the industry develop hyper-personalized solutions. Now in our region, in Greece and Cyprus, it looks like the last years there is a big, let's say, turnover to investment in this industry. In Greece, we saw lately that JP Morgan agreed to acquire a big stake in a Greek fintech called Viva, and a Greek bank, Piraeus Bank, will build a new online only independent bank for customers in Greece and the rest of the European market, capitalizing on digital trends in banking as a service and buy now, pay later. In Cyprus, thanks to the good climate and the knowledge that the central bank brings, we are lucky to host quite a few electronic money and payment institutions, which I consider to be the future of the financial services industry. When you look at the top 5 countries that are leading the fintech innovation, you see the strengths that, let's say in the United States, the strengths are the payments, the B2B fintech, and the security. In the UK, you have the challenger banks. They are good in personal finance and wealth, lending, and blockchain. In Singapore, they are very good at wealth management, digital banking, and SME. In Lithuania, payments, lending, banking, and cryptocurrencies are their own strengths. Switzerland, cryptocurrency, blockchain, wealth management, and crowdfunding. Now, in Cyprus, we have, let's say, some different kind of strengths. First of all, we have very good human capital. And you can see that a very good example is the Forex industry that is regulated under the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission. There are about 150 licenses, I think, if I'm correct. So there are a lot of people working there. These people, they often try to find better jobs, so it's easy for a new company to find good personnel. We have the universities there that brings out people every year. We have a very good tax system. The quality of life is excellent. And the business environment for tech companies lately is getting better and better, thanks to the efforts of the new Ministry of Innovation that is established in the country. And last but not least, we have a very good, strong financial services culture. All these are some reasons that also our company operates on the island. Now, just I'm going to say a few things about EconBX. We employ 55 persons. We are an electronic money institution. We are proud being the first company on the island to implement 4 working days per week. And lately we have applied for a fintech banking license, which is under review by the Central Bank and the European Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, thanks all of you. So we've had quite a journey through the financial landscape of Cyprus in particular, but also Greece. And so I'd like to ask the audience, first of all, any questions from you before I pose my questions. If you have, please just raise your hand and I will take you. I never actually thought, after all these years of chairing events in Greece in particular, that I'd be sitting and asking people from the region working in this industry if they have any worries possibly about stagflation. That it's been so many years that anybody's ever talked about this as a problem. Yeah, but I do remember the 70s in the UK. Coming back to you, Governor, you made that necessary correction to this perception that the Cypriot banking sector doesn't actually have much reliance at all on Russia. But of course, like everywhere else, Cyprus and Greece is going to be hit by the fallout from this war, by the sanctions that have been imposed on Russian entities and individuals, and obviously also from the fact that we're not going to have Russian or Ukrainian tourists coming to this region. That's going to be a big change this year. But most of all, the hit obviously is going to come through the supply chain difficulties, and increase in commodities prices, and the outcome of that, this runaway inflation that we're seeing hitting already 8.1% in the Eurozone. So there's no doubt that the ECB and the Fed and the Bank of England are all going to be grappling with the same issue or dilemma which you raised of how to try and tame inflation through interest rate rises. Our assumption is that the ECB is going to raise rates 3 times this year, starting in July, and that they will be front-loaded. The dilemma is how to do this, how to tackle this problem without compounding the problem of a growth slowdown, which we are going to see, because inflation is going to hit private consumption, it's going to hit businesses in quite a significant way in Europe. So how do you see the next 12 months really unfolding, and actually even into 2023? What are going to be the drivers of growth in the Cypriot and Greek economies over the next 12 to 18 months?
Sure. You raised a number of issues. Let me start with stagflation. That's something that's analyzed at the ECB for the time being. Even though we will have new numbers next week, we have a governing council meeting. But for the time being, there is limited risk for stagflation. So the main aim of the monetary policy right now is to deal with inflation, as I said, without impacting economic growth. The complexity is that in Europe is still majority supply side effects that are driving inflation, as opposed to the US and the UK, which is more demand side. So in Europe, we still haven't seen wage price rises. We still don't have tight labor markets, as opposed to the US, which is why the Fed raised rates before the ECB, and as opposed to the UK. So I'm not that concerned for the time being about stagflation. However, we need to manage inflation expectations because, as you rightly said, that impacts consumer behavior. Currently, consumer consumption, and I'm still talking across the Eurozone, but that includes Greece and Cyprus in terms of these characteristics. Currently, consumer consumption is sustained because of the higher savings consumers have had during the COVID lockdowns. Now, there is a question mark, how long will that last? But for the time being, we haven't seen an impact on the consumption side, as we haven't seen an increase in terms of the inflation. 2/3 of inflation is primarily energy. Moving on to Russian impact. Here, I can talk more knowledgeably about Cyprus, but the main areas of impact are, as you pointed, tourism. That's 20% of total tourism. I'm not that concerned about that because already a big percentage of that has been covered from other countries. And it's always been a very flexible market, tourism. I could only assume that something similar is in for Greece, but as I said, I'm not that knowledgeable over there. The second big impact is professional services. Russia represents 16% of the professional services. That may take longer for our professional services sector to adjust, meaning accounting and legal services. But as already mentioned, the level of skills in the country are quite high. So it's about legal skills, it's about accounting skills. There are other industries and sectors that are exhibiting growth. So I have full confidence in the capability of our accounting firms and legal firms to divert their skills, because the skills are the same. They are not country related. It's basic skills in accounting and law, to divert those skills in the other growing areas. The thing that I'm less optimistic about, and it will impact the entire Eurozone, is the rise in commodity prices. Because of the economies coming out of, and I'm talking too long, I'll finish with this.
It's fine.
We have seen a rise in commodity prices and energy prices because of COVID and the supply side effects. But these have been exacerbated because of the crisis. I do not expect a quick adjustment to normal commodity prices in terms of oil and gas, to be more specific, because of the impact of the sanctions. And because, as we already heard from a previous panel, by its nature, alternative resources, that will take some time. So I think that's the area that may take a bit longer to adjust. But as regards the other impacts in the economy, I'm quite confident that we will exhibit a quick adjustment.
And so just to follow up, would you expect to see, because of base effects and so on, would you expect to see a rapid decline in inflation later this year? Or because of what you've just said about commodities, you think it's going to be much stickier than many maybe anticipate?
Let me take a step back and say, before the war in Ukraine, all projections were showing a hump-like inflation, so that by the end of 22, early 23, it would come back down for the Eurozone to the 2% target. And here I need to clarify, it's a 2% medium-term target, but it would have come down to 2% by early next year. Because of the war, we keep getting surprises on the inflation in 22. It's much higher than expected across the board. It's going to be, so we will not be near that, we will see a reduction by the end of the year, but we will not be as close to 2% as originally expected. And this will continue for a good part of 23. But what is still in the projections is that the medium-term outlook for the Eurozone, which is the target of the ECB, and therefore the monetary policy adjustments are done in order to control and impact the medium-term inflation. You cannot impact inflation in 2 quarters through monetary policy. That is still around, at least on the basis of the March numbers. We will get the June numbers next week. It was still at around 2% in about 3 years' time.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that comprehensive answer. We've actually come to the end, but I'm just going to, I will let you come back, but everybody has to be very brief because we have to be out of this room, which has to be prepared for another function. And what I was going to say to finish up would be quite nice if all of you could just identify from your own point of view, from the area, the sector in which you're working, what you would identify as the absolute #1 priority for the next 12 months for your industry. If you want to come back briefly on my question about inflation and interest rates, and that's good as well. So let's start.
If I can add in the first question, obviously, okay, the first part has been addressed probably by the governor, and he's more expert than us to discuss about monetary policies. I will touch upon the impact of the war and the independence of Cyprus economy, some sectors of our economy to Russia. I could say I totally agree with the governor that there will be an impact actually in 2 sectors, in tourism and professional services. I strongly believe that because we have seen that Cyprus can overcome similar crises in the past, it shows resilience that we have the proper staff, have skilled staff in the professional services, and what we need to do in the next 6 to 12 months is to transform our offering to provide services to companies that decided to create they are headquartered in Cyprus, to create a regional basis, to offer sophisticated services such as fund services, fund administration services. That's why we have seen the recent announcement by MUFG to create a structure in Cyprus. We have the staff, we have the cost efficiency, and I believe that we'll manage to transform what we offer, our business model in the professional services, in order to overcome this crisis as well. And what we need to do is we need to train our people, to train the staff in order to be able to overcome this crisis and offer different kind of services within the professional service.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to take everybody in reverse order. So literally, please, just your 30 seconds maximum 1 minute take on the priorities. So Ioannis, I'll start with you.
I'm gonna say something on behalf of the whole country, not just my sector. I would say that digital transformation should be a priority for the country, and on top of that, I would say that education plays a big role in this in this effort. I'm sorry. Digital transformation will reduce bureaucracy, will reduce the cost of living, and also will make people's life easier. By educating the people, I think the outcome would be better for everyone.
Great, thank you. George?
Sure. For us, I mean, obviously, as a regulator for the financial services, our top priority is to protect the investors. Protect the investors through efficient supervisory practices. So obviously, digitalization, as we discussed, brings, yes, lots of opportunities, but at the same time, it creates challenges. And for us, our priority is to work on those challenges, to protect the investor as much as possible, given the fact that we have all these challenges with digitalization, especially now that we will have the crypto soon across the EU with MiCA regulation?
Thank you. Vasiliki.
First of all, let me say that we faced unprecedented challenges all this time because of your question, of course. And first it was the pandemic, now we have the war, we also have inflation, we have the rise in the energy cost. So this is something that we all need to take into consideration. But having said that, because I have to say something to Peter, because the reports about Greece after, let's say, Moody's and all these Standard & Poor's, etc., after the war, they speak about the banking sector having a positive outlook. So it seems that even though we have all these challenges, it seems that we are on a track now and that we can deal at least with all these issues. Now, the priority for the regulator is to continue the structural reforms that we are doing in order to make sure that at the same time, of course, ensuring the investor protection and the smooth operation of the market and transparency in the market, but in order to make sure that the market is reshaped and we proceed to new business models and we try to cater new business models and we try also to see how we can proceed with the financial technology and the fintech and the new world in front of us.
Great, thank you. Peter?
Similar theme, stay the course. With a slight twist, which is build some resilience, and in that resilience for exogenous shocks, which we've discussed, and in the building and the modernization of the economy and the financial sector, there are opportunities. There are opportunities from the outside to participate in that modernization and the construction of a more resilient economy to ride this out. For whatever happens from the outside that you can't control, whether it's 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, whatever. Nobody's talked about recession as we do in the US, and whether a recession comes or not. But these business models need to be more productive, and there's value for investors in making them more productive, including the valuation of these banks. They will increase, they will become more productive, and digital transformation is one part of it, but I think Ioannis touched on the banking as a service model as one example. There are other permutations of how that can really be effectuated, but I think that's the moral for the next few years.
Thanks. Last word to you, Governor.
Sure. I think the flexibility and the reactiveness, at least of the Cypriot economy, is already proven by the result of the first quarter, which was of economic growth. It came out at 5.8%, much higher than any of our projections and scenarios, which means, as the other colleagues here have said, we have been flexible and we are showing this in practice already. And we do not need to invent the wheel. There are so many sectors that we are behind other countries that are good examples. So let's just get at it and close that gap that will provide growth, because we do have the skills in the country.
Thank you. Talking of resilience and staying the course, I'd like to thank all of you, because you were the final panel of the day and it's a very important one, and we really appreciate that you did stay with us, and it was great to hear how things stand now in the region. And thanks also for staying the course, everybody in the room, and thank you for your participation and questions. We've reached the end of the day. We've had a lot of discussions, and I just want finally to thank once again our sponsors, without whom this wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers throughout the day for a great discussion, I think, we've had throughout the whole day, a very important one. Thanks to the audience, and last but not least, thank you to Nectaria and her brilliant team from Athens for putting this event together, for bringing everybody together in New York once again. I've enjoyed chairing it, and we hope to be back next year. So thanks, that's all my thanks, and well done.